ball drilled deep right center field, and the Mets are going to take the lead. A leadoff home run for Jose Reyes.
Here's the 1-2 on the way.
Swing and a miss and a slider. Pujols strikes out, and the inning is over. Hit up the middle and into center, a base hit. 2-run single for Laduka. 4-0 Mets.
Since they gathered in Florida back in February, the Mets have played 201 games, the Cardinals 200. All of them have set the stage for tonight. One game, winner take all, with a shot at the Tigers in the World Series for the winner and a long off season awaiting the loser. All the cliches fit, all the numbers won't matter once the first pitch is thrown. From Shea Stadium, the Mets and Cardinals in Game 7 of the National League Championship Series, next on ESPN Radio.
ESPN Radio Studios on the campus of the worldwide leader in sports. This is the Baseball Tonight pregame show. Now here's your host, Joe D'Ambrosio.
Good evening. We are delighted you have joined us for the game that will set the ticket for the World Series. No team has played more seventh games in baseball history than the Cardinals. Tonight, playing Game 7 for the 14th time. The Mets, relative newcomers at this, just 1-2 in seventh games. The last seventh game in the postseason, the Cards win over Houston in the 2004 NLCS. The men who called that game that night are in the booth again tonight with their first thoughts of the evening. Let's head out to Shea and say good evening to Dan Shulman and Dave Campbell.
All right, Joe D., thank you, and welcome to Shea Stadium. This is Game 7 of the National League Championship Series, and although last night, Soup, it was a game where the Mets faced elimination, so it was a huge game as well, there's just something special about a Game 7.
Gathered his troops after they lost Game 6. And when he tried to do that with them, what he told them was, get ready to relish the experience. That's something that, kind of goes against the grain. Goes against the grain in the fact that, most people probably would have just thought, well, let them have a good night's sleep. But Tony said, I want you to start preparing so you can enjoy this experience.
And he said that some of the players who have been in Game 7s before, and there are 7 of them within that Cardinal clubhouse, he looked around the room and he saw them nodding as if to say, yeah, that's right. Game 7 begins the moment that a Game 6 is over. All you can do is control your preparation. Then your preparation leads you to compete to the best of your ability in the game. And then La Russa said it's simple. If we compete better than them, we win. If not, they win.
Yeah, and, I mean, there's 7 Cardinals that have played in the Game 7, 3 for the Mets. But again, it's not always about experience. We saw that in the 2002 playoffs when the Yankees had more experience, 540-some games versus 2 for the Angels, and yet the Angels wiped them out. So whoever can come up big on a given night, this is what it's about. October heroes, and somebody's going to stand tall tonight.
The Cardinals have the better starting pitcher. I think that's obvious. But the Mets, Soup, are coming off a win, and the Mets are at home. So when you weigh those factors, does one team have an advantage going into this game tonight?
Well, statistically, you look back to 1975, and since then, the team, if you're home and you come back to win Game 6, 11 times in a row, you've won Game 7. But I'm always a great believer in the pitching. Last night, it went against the grain. I mean, it was John Maine against Chris Carpenter, and it certainly favored the Cardinals, and the Mets came up big. It'd be a pretty good feather in Willie Randolph's cap if they could do it again, but I think Jeff Supon and the Cardinals have the advantage.
Do you have a player on each team? It can be a star, or it can maybe be a bit player or a role player who you feel might wind up being a key player for his team tonight.
Well, I think Scott Rowland's got to pull the trigger, and again, we just don't know how strong he is. He was able to turn on a slider from Billy Wagner last night, but somebody's going to have to give some protection for Albert Pujols. Maybe it's going to have to be Encarnacion, because I guarantee you Willie Randolph tipped his hand last night in Game 6. He walked Pujols in the 3rd inning to put the go-ahead run on. He is not going to let Albert Pujols beat him if he can have his way.
And for the Mets, who's got to come up big?
Well, I think Jose Reyes again. He sets the tone. I mean, he gets the crowd energized. He gets, gets the defense nervous. guys start getting happy feet when he's on first base. Molina, uncharacteristically, didn't make 2 good throws last night, but I think he's the guy that gets them going.
Joe D, we are excited about it. The Shea Stadium will be packed again with better than 56,000. They are excited about it. The game is also being broadcast live at Times Square, the big video scoreboard in Midtown Manhattan. This is the place to be right now. Game 7 between the Cardinals and the Mets coming up. For now, though, let's send it back to you.
All right, thanks, Dan. Looking forward to the call of the game. Our Baseball Tonight pregame show will include our baseball insider, Tim Kirkchin, and Dan's interviews with Mets first baseman Carlos Delgado and Cards outfielder Preston Wilson. Tonight's game brought to you by New York Life, the company you keep, and by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. We'll look back at how we got to Game 7 next on the Baseball Tonight pregame show. You're listening to the National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio.
The U.S. Department of Energy estimates that properly insulating your home can help cut your energy costs by up to 30%. And now you can get a 10% tax credit, up to $500, for qualified energy-efficient improvements. There's never been a better time to insulate. And when you do, remember to start by insulating your attic. Insulating the attic is one of the easiest and most cost-effective ways to help save on energy bills. And go with the #1 name in insulation, Owens Corning Pink Fiberglass Insulation. Adding pink fiberglass insulation to your home can help reduce your energy costs all year long. And Owens Corning makes everything about insulation easy. Just go to owenscorning.com, where you'll find do-it-yourself instructions, advice on hiring an installer, as well as tips on how to make your home more energy efficient. You'll even learn how much insulation your home needs based on where you live. A little time insulating your attic now can save you a bundle in the long run. Learn more by visiting owenscorning.com or call 1-800-GET-PINK.
Hey guys, whether you're big or tall, you know how hard it is to find clothes you like and that fit right. Check out the men's store inside JCPenney, where you'll find a tremendous selection of the right looks in your size. And now through this Wednesday, the entire stock of men's big and tall sports shirts, sweaters, and fleece are 40 to 50% off. So stop by the men's store inside JCPenney, where they make it easy to get in, find it, and get out. It's all inside the men's store inside JCPenney. See store for details. Sale ends on Wednesday, October 25th.
Experience the acclaimed Bose Wave music system. It's elegantly small with sound that brings new life to music. Forbes FYI says it sounds like a system that costs 5 times more, and it's available with an optional multi-CD changer for hours of uninterrupted music. Call 1-800-611-1617 for a 30-day risk-free trial. Shipping is free. Ask about making convenient monthly payments using your own major credit card. The Bose Wave music system and multi-CD changer. To order, call 1-800-611-1617.
This is the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio.
General Motors introduces 100,000 miles of coverage and a whole new level of confidence, now standard on 2007 cars and trucks. Learn more at gm.com.
Here's the 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss at a slider. Pujols strikes out and the inning is over. A standing ovation for John Maine. 5 shutout innings and a 2-0 lead for the Mets going to the bottom of the 5th.
I went to the mound early in the game and I told him, you know, you're our guy. Let's go right after him and see what you got. You know, he pounded that strike zone. He threw fastball after fastball. He didn't throw many breaking balls, and he showed me a lot tonight.
Paul Laduka analyzing the great start by John Maine for the Mets in Game 6. I'm Joe D'Ambrosio with the Baseball Tonight pregame show prior to Game 7 of the National League Championship Series. And our series recap now brought to you by the National Association of Realtors. Realtors adhere to a strict code of ethics, so you know you'll be treated honestly. Ask your agent if they're a realtor, a member of the National Association of Realtors. After an opening night rainout, the Cards and Mets began the NLCS a week ago tonight. And thanks to Tom Glavine's pitching and Carlos Beltran's power, New York got the early jump.
And the pitch, and a swing and a fly ball, deep right field, and this is going to give the Mets a 2-0 lead. A deep drive off the base of the scoreboard in deep right, a home run for Beltran, and it is 2-0 for the Mets.
Dan Shulman describing the 6th-inning homer that resulted in the only runs of Game 1. Friday night was a slugfest, tied at 6 in the 9th. when an unlikely power source turned the game the Cardinals' way.
Wagner sets, and again the 3-2, and a fastball is well hit. Deep left field, and so Taguchi has given the Cardinals the lead. A home run in the top of the ninth off Billy Wagner, and the Cardinals lead 7-6.
Redbirds ended up winning 9-6 to send the series back to St. Louis tied at 1. Saturday night, Jeff Supon pitched and hit the Cards into their first series lead.
And the pitch, a fastball, well hit. Left field. Andy Chavez racing back. He jumps, and it is gone. It hits the top of the fence and bounces into the visiting bullpen. It's another home run for Supon off Traxel, and it is 3-0 St. Louis.
Supon pitched 8 innings in the 5-0 win, putting the Redbirds up in the series 2-1. But Sunday night, the Mets used the long ball to pull even.
The 2-0 with a swing and a fly ball to left field. This is going to take Spezio back. Spezio's running out of room. It is gone. Another opposite field home run. A 3-run shot for Delgado. And the Mets are on top 5-2.
It was one of 3 New York homers in an eventual 12-5 rout. With the series tied at 2, another rainout pushed Game 5 back to Tuesday night when the Cards moved within 1 win of the World Series.
The 3-2. And a breaking ball hit a long way. Deep right field. Heading for the pole. It is gone. Home run, Chris Duncan. And the Cardinal lead is now 4-2.
Duncan's pinch hit homer setting the final score, so the Cards go up 3-2. Now pushed to the brink last night, the Mets got the early jump on Chris Carpenter.
The 1-1 and a swing and a ball drilled. Deep right center field, and the Mets are going to take the lead. A leadoff home run for Jose Reyes. 1-0 New York.
Don Main and friends made it stand up for a 4-2 victory to set the stage for tonight's series finale. And earlier this evening, Tony La Russa talked to the press about Game 7.
Tony, did you personally do anything different to prepare for Game 7 today? Maybe could you talk about how your past experiences with Game 7s you've been involved in might have prepared you for today?
Well, I'll answer that one briefly because I really don't think that the coaches or the manager, it's not really important, how we prepare or what's going on with any of us. I will say the only thing I'll say, because it directly affects the lineup, spent a lot of time last night, early this morning. This is our last shot to win this series, trying to figure out what's the best lineup, and that's mostly how I spent my time.
You have a number of guys on your club who have been through Game 7s. In what way do you think having participated in a Game 7 before can serve a player in a game like tonight?
I think if you're more excited you've ever been in your life and you've been through it once, I think it's a great help. If you've been in it once and you ho-hum your way into this one, I'm a veteran of the seventh game, I think it works to your disadvantage to other guys that you're playing against or teammates who treat it like it's the neatest thing they've ever experienced. So I really think the key is that you got to understand how special this is, and if you lost that enthusiasm, that experience is worth nothing.
Tony La Russa sharing his thoughts on Game 7. Mets skipper Willie Randolph also expressed his feelings.
Willie, what is it like to be part of this Game 7? Winner moves on.
I've been here many times, man. It feels good to me. This is nothing unusual, new to me, man. I feel like this is where I should be. So I'm excited. I've been floating around all day long, looking forward to getting to the ballpark and ready to be out there with my boys. So this feels very comfortable to me. Very good.
Willie, you said after last year at this time roughly how much you learned as a manager in your first year. These 10 playoff games and this experience, do you feel like it's been even another bigger step getting through all of this stuff?
The experience of it, you mean? Tell you the truth, it feels like a regular game. I mean, obviously it's more intensity and it means more as far as what's riding on it. But the games we played in L.A. and up to this point feels like a regular season game as far as in-game stuff or whatever. But, you learn things, you see things. Obviously there's a lot more excitement going on and the atmosphere is just unbelievable like last night. But I don't feel that it's really any different, the game itself, from the regular season. That's the way it feels to me.
So for Willie Randolph and Tony La Russa, the ultimate game as managers. Tim Kirchin's thoughts on Game 7, including the starting pitchers, next on the Baseball Tonight pregame show. The 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio continues after these messages from your local station.
At Cunningham Oil, you can join the Evolution Revolution and get a Bryant rebate up to $1,810. The new Bryant Evolution system kills germs and cools efficiently. The Bryant Evolution system with Puron is the industry's first self-monitoring residential air conditioning system. And now, for a limited time, get up to a $1,325 Bryant bonus rebate and up to a $485 rebate from FPL. All you need to do is call Cunningham, your authorized Bryant dealer, and replace your old worn-out cooling system with a brand new 2-speed Bryant Evolution system. Call Cunningham at 253-7621, and you'll get a 1-year 100% satisfaction guarantee, a daily self-adjusting system, a 10-year parts and labor warranty, up to 30 times more moisture removal than a standard fan coil, and Puron refrigerant. Cunningham Air Conditioning, Heating, Fuel Oils, and LP Gas, 343 Carswell Avenue in Holly Hill, a Bryant factory authorized dealer. Call 253-7621 for Cunningham. Join the Evolution Revolution with Cunningham.
You want sports? You got sports at Coaches, 2030 South Ridgewood Avenue in South Daytona. Call 788-2922. Come watch your favorite sporting events at Coaches. $15 all you can drink Friday and Saturday night. Live bands. Stop in or call for details. It's Coaches, 2030 South Ridgewood Avenue, South Daytona. 788-2922. And don't forget to visit their sister bar, Drifters, in Daytona Beach Shores.
For all your roofing needs, it's Halifax Roofing, providing complete roofing services for your condo, home, or business with the best warranty in the business. Halifax Roofing has got you covered. From tile, shingle, asphalt, and hot tar, and specializing in custom metal roofs. Call Halifax Roofing today for a free estimate, 788-8191. For professional, friendly, and affordable service, it's Halifax Roofing, 788-8191.
Every pitch of the World Series is on ESPN Radio. This is the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio.
LendingTree.com, where you can choose from up to 4 customized loan offers. 1-800-555-TREE. When banks compete, you win. LendingTree.com.
The 0-2 pitch and a swing and a ground ball out to second. Womack up with it on to first, and the Cardinals are the champions of the National League. They're going to Boston to play the Red Sox in the World Series.
Dan Schulman's last call of the last out of the last Game 7 in postseason history. I'm Joe D'Ambrosio. It's the Baseball Tonight pregame show. Game 7 of the NLCS, the Mets and Cardinals at Shea Stadium coming in. We welcome our baseball insider, Baseball Tonight's Tim Kirkchin. And Tim, hard as it is to believe, that game turned in the first inning last night. John Maine got out of a huge jam, and Jose Reyes gave the Mets the edge they were looking for.
Well, that was really it, Joe. I mean, when you could strike out Jim Edmonds on 3 pitches with the go-ahead run or the first run of the game at third base, and then Reyes starts the bottom of the first the way he did, you can make a case that everything maybe in the whole series changed right there. And interestingly, Edmonds had another bad at bat in the third inning of the game. And Tony La Russa said before the game today that he was, he was disappointed in, that the team wasn't competitive enough last night. He was not pleased with the way we competed, is what he said. And he considered a whole bunch of lineup changes, including So Taguchi in center field instead of Jim Edmonds, and maybe even replacing Scott Roland, who didn't have a very good night until the 9th inning. But after talking to Edmonds, and Edmonds told him, I feel much better physically tonight than I did last night. And after watching Roland's at-bat on tape 25 times, he said, and seeing good things in that at-bat, he basically went back with the same lineup. But the bottom line was the Cardinals were not pleased with the way they played last night, and they know they're going to have to play better tonight if they're going to the World Series.
Well, you mentioned Edmonds, Tim, and he and Encarnacion have done nothing behind Pujols. The cleanup hitters for the Cardinals in the series, 3 for 21. They've left 15 men on base. Under what circumstance will Willie Randolph pitch to Pujols tonight?
Well, I can't see it unless it's an absolute must. There's no reason to. He's too good, and the guys behind him just aren't good enough right now. You can see in the last couple of games how much more careful they've been with Albert than they were early, and I wouldn't be surprised tonight if we saw an unusual intentional walk, because you can live with Juan Encarnacion beating you, but it's going to be hard to lose out on a chance to go to the World Series because Albert hit one 20 rows up.
Our baseball insider is Baseball Tonight's Tim Kirkchin. It's the Baseball Tonight pregame show. I'm Joe D'Ambrosio. Before the Cards and Mets, we heard Danny's call of the last out of Game 7 in 04. Jeff Supon, brilliant in that game. So he's got the experience, Tim, but his ERA this year, 2 runs more on the road than at home. What do you think they get from Supon tonight?
Well, I don't think they're going to get what they got in Game 3, which, of course, was a masterful performance. He allowed 1 leadoff guy on base that night. He did not have 2 runners on base at the same time. He moved it in and out, up and down, complete command. Now, most guys are more comfortable pitching at home with the big crowd behind him, and obviously this is a different thing, but this is Jeff Supon. No pitcher has started more postseason games the last 3 years than him. He beat Roger Clemens in Game 7 2 years ago, and if he wins tonight, he'll join Bob Gibson as the only starting pitchers ever to win two Game 7s in their career.
Meanwhile, the Mets go with Oliver Perez. Our colleague Rob Nair on ESPN.com calls him the worst Game 7 starter ever. Pretty harsh stuff. I would think, Tim, the leash very short for Mr. Perez tonight.
Well, I think it will be. You know, we've already acknowledged, earlier in this series that he had the worst winning percentage this season of anyone ever to start any postseason game of any number. And the 3 wins, of course, are the fewest wins by any Game 7 pitcher ever. So, I mean, you can make the case numerically that he is the worst ever, but the reason he's starting tonight is he still has really good stuff, which is more than they could say, or dominant stuff type, more than, certainly Steve Traxel and more than Darren Oliver. So that's their hope, is that he doesn't implode like he's been known to do, and they just hope to get as much out of him as they can. But as you know, Joe, that bullpen's going to be ready. All hands on deck. Everyone but Tom Glavine, I'm sure, will be ready tonight.
Our baseball insider, Tim Kirkjian, with us from Shea Stadium, where the crowd sounds revved up already for Game 7 for the Mets-Cards. Tim, Billy Wagner last night, he didn't implode like Game 2, but he wasn't great either. Are there concerns for the Mets, or is Wagner a guy who, when it's more than a 1-run game, for whatever reason, doesn't pitch as well?
Well, that must be the case, although I still don't understand how that logic, stays at Game 6. You got to win that game. You can't come in and say, it's in the save, I'm not going to be my best. You got to be your best in the playoffs no matter what. Bottom line is, Willie Randolph told us before the game that if there's a save situation tonight, I'm going with Billy Wagner. He showed absolutely no concern for him. But, the way he threw last night, a few more breaking balls than he's used to throwing, the way Taguchi has hit him twice, I think there has to be concern. But, Billy Wagner's had some bad outings in his career. He bounces back all the time. I expect him to here. If he doesn't, boy, the Mets might be in trouble.
Well, Sandman will put the Mets to sleep at that point. Tim, what about in a game like this? La Russa and Randolph have to be careful they don't overmanage in this one.
Well, that's always a possibility. And, Tony was saying before the game what a great bench he has tonight. And, he may use that bench more often and go to him in the 6th inning and get Taguchi or Aaron Miles or Spezio, the guys who've really done some good things when they got a chance in this series. As for Willie Randolph, you should have heard him before the game, Joe. We asked him about who's his Game 1 starter in the World Series. Most managers, when they get asked that question before Game 7, say, what are you, crazy? I'm not going to talk about that now. You can't ask me that question. Instead, Willie Randolph burst right into, well, here are the options. Could be Dave Williams, might be El Duque, because this is the way he's done it all along. It's not if we get to the World Series, it's when we get to the World Series. He even passed out, flight and itinerary, the travel itinerary for Detroit to his players yesterday. So they all knew what it's going to be like when they go to Detroit. That's the kind of confidence Willie Randolph has and has shown to his players.
And finally, Tim, if it is the Mets and the Tigers, will Jim Leyland stick with the way his rotation has been set up, or do you think there's a chance he'll pitch Kenny Rogers at home, A, because he's been so good at Comerica, and B, let's be honest, his history in New York isn't the best?
I think he'll leave him out of Shea Stadium at all costs, and I think that's the one and only reason why they haven't announced their rotation yet. I think Kenny Rogers, the new Kenny Rogers, could win here, but what's the point of even trying it when you got 3 other guys in your rotation who are really good and have no history whatsoever with the Mets? So I think he'll pitch him in Game 2 if the Mets are in it, and if they're not, maybe he'll hold him for Game 3 and pitch him on the road in St. Louis.
Tim, great insight as always throughout the series. Enjoy the game.
Okay, Joe, thanks.
Tim Kirkjian, our baseball insider from Baseball Tonight. Let's take 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone. We'll get the thoughts from two players prior to Game 7 of the NLCS next on the Baseball Tonight pregame show. You're listening to the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio.
Please don't make me decorate this weekend.
Fine. No decorating this weekend.
Really?
Sure. Monday will be just fine.
Oh, man. I knew it.
It's the October Savings Event at Sherwin-Williams. This Thursday through Monday, save 25% on paints and stains and 15% on Duration Premium Coatings. Save an extra 10% on custom order wallpaper and get free shipping, too. Hurry, sale ends Monday, October 23rd.
Ask Sherwin-Williams.
For locations, visit sherwinwilliams.com. Some exclusions apply.
Life is full of choices, but when it comes to antifreeze, the choice is easy. Choose Prestone in the yellow jug for the patented protection of the #1 brand. Mix it with any color antifreeze or flush and fill to get advanced cooling system protection. Prestone is good for any make or model car you drive. Only the leader in antifreeze can make it so simple to give your car the defense it deserves. It's one less decision to make. Prestone Protection. Easy to choose, easy to use.
Smokey here. When you're a hardcore biker like me, it's nice to know that Geico Motorcycle Insurance covers most kinds of bikes and has money-saving discounts. It's reassuring. It's like I have an imaginary sidecar, and my guardian angel's riding in it, and he's brought plenty of juice boxes and muffins, and he's totally cool with sharing. Yeah, old Smokey's never been too good with metaphors.
For a free rate quote, visit geico.com or call 1-800-44-CYCLE. Geico Motorcycle Insurance. Let's ride.
Are you struggling with too much credit card debt, sky-high interest rates, having trouble just making the monthly minimums? We're Credit Card Relief. We've helped thousands of people become debt-free in months instead of years, all while saving thousands of dollars. The consultation is free and the relief is real. Call Credit Card Relief, 866-333-9191. That's 866-333-9191. Not available in all states.
Is the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio.
When it comes to antifreeze, the choice is easy. Just get Prestone in the yellow jug. Good for any make or model car. Mixes with any color antifreeze. Prestone Protection. Easy to choose, easy to use.
The 2-0 with a swing and a fly ball to left field. This is going to take Spezio back. Spezio's running out of room. It is gone. Another opposite field home run. A 3-run shot for Delgado. And the Mets are on top 5-2. 1-0 the count on Preston Wilson in the pitch. A swing and a line drive. Right center field. Past Green. All the way to the wall. Exine racing for third. Getting the wave. Into second with a double is Wilson. No throw to the plate. The Cardinals lead 3-2.
Those were the hits that put the Mets up for good in Game 4 and the Cards up to stay in Game 5. I'm Joe D'Ambrosio. It's Game 7 of the NLCS coming up on ESPN Radio. Fans, log on to ESPNRadio.com. Vote for which player you think will be in the zone during Game 7. Carlos Delgado, Oliver Perez, Albert Pujols, or Jeff Supon. It's brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Well, that Preston Wilson RBI, his only one of the postseason, but it gave the Cardinals the lead in Game 5. Earlier tonight, he visited with Dan Shulman.
You're on Daytona's Sports Source, 1380 WELE, Ormond Beach, Florida.
Last couple of months?
Well, I don't think you can say you can envision it, but I'm glad it happened the way that it did, and I'm enjoying the opportunity I have right now to play in the postseason.
What's it like to wake up on the morning of a Game 7?
Really like any other morning, believe it or not. So far, it's been pretty much the same. You know, the significance is a little different because it means going further in the postseason or not, but you still have to go out and prepare for the guy that you're going to face and just make sure you go out there and do your job. I think if you go out there trying to do more than that, problems come.
Well, the guy you're going to face is Oliver Perez, at least for the first few innings. What's the key to having some success off him?
Well, I think make him throw strikes. You know, he does have a live arm, and I'm sure he's going to be pretty excited out there. But you know, he can be around the zone, so if we force him to throw strikes, especially with his fastball, and make him prove that he can throw strikes with his breaking ball, I think our chances will be better.
And the guy that you guys have going for you, he may not be as big a name as a John Smoltz or a Pedro Martinez, but he's been a great October pitcher. How comforting is it having a guy like Jeff Supon out there for you guys?
It's been great. You know, he may not be a big name to everybody outside of our clubhouse, but inside our clubhouse, he's a huge name. We know what he can do, and we know what he's been doing for us the last couple months, so we look forward to seeing him out there.
Your dad, Mookie, obviously his name's come up a lot, the 20th anniversary and so forth. He played for the Mets, but now you're playing for the other side. Is he torn at all, or is he wearing Cardinal red in the seats tonight?
I don't think he's torn at all. You know, I mean, anytime you have kids, you're going to try to pull for them and have, their best interest at heart. So yeah, I think the fact that he played for the Mets, is part of his life, and it's part of my life also. But I think when it comes down to who he hopes really wins, I'm pretty sure he wants us to win.
So he didn't offer to throw out the ceremonial first pitch on their behalf, or did I not?
No, I don't think so.
When the game starts, will it feel like any other game, or is there a different feeling at this level in a game this important, even once the game begins?
Well, I think just the fans and the crowd level and just how into it everybody is makes it a little bit more. But the fact of the matter is you still have to try to find a way to slow everything down enough to make it as close to any other game as you can, because that's when you're going to perform your best.
We appreciate the time. Good luck tonight.
Thanks for having me.
Preston Wilson batting second, playing left field for Tony La Russa tonight. And on the Mets side, Carlos Delgado's first visit to the postseason has had 4 homers and 11 RBIs and a .361 batting average. He visited with Dan earlier as well.
Carlos, this is the first time you're going through all this. There's a lot of hype, there's a little tension, there's a lot at stake, but are you having fun? Can you enjoy the experience as you're going through it?
Oh, it's been a blast. It's been a lot of fun. It's great. I mean, and this going to 7 games now, I guess I got a lot more than what I bargained for, but it's been good. I mean, there's a lot going on around it, but we've been able to kind of concentrate and play the game. And once you step between those white lines, we're really, really enjoying it.
Now, you admitted, I think after the first game against the Dodgers, I did have some butterflies. We could hear it in your voice how excited you were. Are there any butterflies right now because it is a Game 7?
We're excited. I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of emotions and it's going to be some nerves, but I think you're going to be able to control it. And I don't think there's anything wrong with showing your emotions. You just got to stay focused on what you want to do. Don't try to do too much and take it from there. Nice. I think it's nice to have the fan support. You can tell difference between when we play at home and we play anywhere else. And I know as an opposing player that plays a role, but we got to do it. We got to give him something to share about. If we want to use that to our advantage.
Well, you didn't wait long last night. Jose Reyes with the leadoff home run. I mean, you played with this guy for 162 games this year. He's electrifying. How important is he to getting the engine started for you guys?
Well, he's key for us. I mean, he goes, we go. I mean, he definitely changes how they play the game. When he's on, you start see people moving around, trying to pitch out, quick step, and next thing you know, he keep people off balance. So hopefully Jose can go out and have a great game like he had last night.
A normal 8-hour sleep, normal breakfast, normal routine today, or is anything different for you today?
No, it was exactly the same. I slept pretty well. I went to my wife's doctor's appointment and had lunch and came to work. Same as usual.
Final thought, Jeff Supon was great against you guys in Game 3. You've seen him a lot. What is the key to you guys getting to Supon?
Well, we got to hit our pitch. I think he relies on expanding his zone, getting ahead and changing speed. So we got to be aggressive, but then at the same time we have to be selective. We swing at pitches that we want to swim and don't get ourselves out.
Have fun. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Carlos Delgado batting 4th for Willie Randolph tonight. Time for Did You Know? It's brought to you by OnStar, offering OnStar Vehicle Diagnostics, a new service that takes maintenance off your mind by emailing you monthly diagnostic reports. Sign up at OnStar.com. This is the 12th game in LCS history, the 12th series to go 7 games. Of the previous 11 7th-game winners, only 4 have gone on to win the World Series. It's all hands on deck for both teams, but the starters, Jeff Supon and Oliver Perez. Dan Schulman and Dave Campbell are standing by. We'll get you out to Shea Stadium for the first pitch of Game 7 between the Cardinals and the Mets. The 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio continues after these messages from your local station.
A few moments with Michael Wilbon, Keith Olbermann, and Dan Patrick.
PETA is taking credit for the NBA going from the cowhide basketball to the synthetic basketball.
The PETA people, I hate the PETA people, Dan. My favorite rant of Charles Barkley, Chuck had a big juicy burger, and he came back out from the commercial break and said, there's only two things that animals are good for, eating and wearing. And I thought that pretty much summed it up.
Did you see what your Chicago White Sox are doing, starting the games at 7-11?
It's $500,000 a year, is that it, Dan?
But, K.O., can't you have a promotion if you don't start at 7-11? Everybody gets a Slurpee?
Yeah, but you know what this is the precursor to? Why not underwrite a player? Now batting number 13, Alex Rodriguez. Brought to you by Velveeta cheese. What's the champion in the Korean League every year? Samsung. That's not a city called Samsung.
Or a guy called Samsung.
That's right, Samsung. Samsung. Thank you.
The Dan Patrick Show. Weekdays on ESPN Radio.
Bill Curry joins Mike and Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio to give his thoughts on real motivation.
There's no Super Bowl ring. There's no new contract that's going to make me smash my face into Butkus for the 70th time today. I don't want to win the game. I don't want to protect Unitas. I don't want a Super Bowl ring. I want to quit. I want to go suck oxygen and lie down. But I look at the guy next to me, and I can't let him down. I look at Unitas, I can't let him down. And that's the motivation. That's what drives the good teams. You want to know why the same teams win over and over? They got about 50 guys that feel like that. And that doesn't make you a hero. It's just what you do in that moment of truth. So you cannot let them down. You have to move your feet and get in front of that big sucker and do your job until it's over. And then look in your brother's eye and respect one another.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning. Weekdays on ESPN Radio.
Is the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio.
Swinging a ball drilled deep right center field, and the Mets are going to take the lead. A leadoff home run for Jose Reyes. Swing and a miss at a slider. Pujols strikes out, and the inning is over. Hit up the middle and into center, a base hit. Two-run single for Laduka. 4-0 Mets.
The New York Mets and the St. Louis Cardinals. Next.
Game 7. There may not be two words in the world of sports that mean so much. There's nothing like the anticipation, the drama, and the tension in a game where both teams face a win or go-home proposition. It was the Mets who staved off elimination in Game 6 with a 4-2 win last night. Now, 24 hours later, here's how the managers feel going into Game 7, beginning with the Mets' Willie Randolph.
I'm anxious. I'm excited more than anything. Like I said, I got up this morning, and I've been floating around all day just getting ready, and I don't feel nervous. I feel really like I have to kind of calm down a little bit because I'm really excited, and I don't feel that's nerves at all.
As a sports fan, I mean, a Game 7 is, I haven't been in a lot of them, but every time I have a friend that's in one of them, I'm always, picking their brains. Tom Kelly was in it, Jim Leno was in them, Dave Duncan was in it, 72. I mean, that's fascinating conversation, so that's why I want our club to look forward to it, because it's an experience of a lifetime.
The Cardinals figure to have the pitching edge tonight with proven veteran and Game 3 winner Jeff Supon going for them, while the Mets counter with Game 4 winner Oliver Perez, who was 3-13 during the regular season and will go on short rest tonight. On the other hand, the Mets are coming off a win and are playing at home, so maybe it all balances out. Shea Stadium will be rocking tonight as the Cardinals and the Mets square off for the right to go to the World Series. Next on ESPN Radio.
The 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio is presented by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Live from Shea Stadium with Dave Campbell, here's Dan Shulman.
And for sports fans, and I think sports broadcasters alike, a Game 7 is a special treat with both teams. They win, they go on to the World Series. They lose, they are done for the year. You can feel the electricity here at Shea Stadium here tonight. And the Mets have brought out all the stops in an effort to try to get good karma in their corner. Ron Darling, who started Game 7 of the 1986 World Series, threw out the opening pitch here tonight.
And Glenn Close, actress Glenn Close, who sang the national anthem on opening day in '86 and again prior to Game 1 of the World Series in '86, sang the anthem beautifully here tonight at Shea. You can hear the deafening noise here at the ballpark. Soup, these fans are revved up for Game 7.
Yeah, Danny, it's not too often that you get a brilliant pitching matchup in Game 7 like, say, a Jim Cott against Sandy Koufax, or maybe in 1991, Jack Morris and John Smoltz. We do not have a classic pitching matchup tonight, but I can guarantee you one thing. These fans don't care. They are really revved up after their Mets club beat Chris Carpenter, arguably the best pitcher in the National League the last 3 years. John Mayne gave him a terrific start, and even though the odds in the pitching department favored Jeff Supon against Oliver Perez, I don't think these fans care.
We experienced a ton of noise last night in the press box. The booth that we're in actually shaking on several occasions during the game. If the noise right now is any indication, it is louder now than it was at this point last night. Of course, the Met fans came into last night with maybe a little bit of concern, down 3-2. Now that they won Game 6, their fans are ready to go here in Game 7, and this place is about to explode.
Well, Tug McGraw's theme in 1973 is "You Gotta Believe." I think the Met fans came into the ballpark last night going, maybe we believe. But tonight, I think they believe again, so we're going to have to see.
The lineup cards have been exchanged. Sandy Alomar Sr. representing the New York Mets. Jose Oquendo representing the St. Louis Cardinals. Right now, it's overcast. There is no rain now, but there is the threat of rain in about 2 hours. Showers is what they're calling it, in about 2 hours here in New York. So that's something we'll keep you posted on. The umpires are waiting out at home plate, and it's back to the Game 1 alignment with the crew chief, Tim Welke, working the plate. Jim Joyce at first, Jerry Lane at second, Field and Culbreth at third, Jeff Kellogg down the left field line, Gary Darling down the right field line. There have been some changes to Tony La Russa's lineup. Again, we'll tell you about them momentarily when the Mets take the field. The Met lineup has been the same. The starting 8 has been the same for all 7 games of the NLCS.
Yeah, I think if you look at the raw numbers, I mean, they really do favor the Cardinals. The 8 Cardinals in the lineup tonight against Oliver Perez are 45 for 135. That's a .333 average with 9 homers. Whereas the 8 Mets against Jeff Supon only hitting .225 with 6 homers, and Jose Valentin has 4 of those. So raw numbers definitely favor the Cardinals, but this game, like all sporting events, not played on paper.
And Soup, I don't care how calm you are, how old you are, how many Game 7s you've played in before. The heart's got to be racing a little bit quicker for the guys in the dugouts right now.
Yeah, again, the Cardinals have 7 guys that have been through it, the Mets 3. But it's like Tony La Russa told his team last night after the Game 6 loss, get ready to embrace this. Start thinking about it now. I don't think he was worried about guys having sleepless nights. He said, this is going to be an experience you will remember the rest of your lives. I mean, at one time prior to 1969, all Game 7s were in the World Series, but because now we've gone to 7-game series in the League Championship Series, there's a chance you can get to embrace and understand and get a chance to experience this Game 7 maybe twice in the same season.
The Mets have the reputation of being a very loose bunch, and that was certainly the case in the clubhouse before the game. When we saw some of them and talked to some of them, it appeared to be a midweek game in June as far as the Mets are concerned. The Cardinals are a little bit of a quieter bunch, but it's the Mets who are going to take the field here defensively for the top of the first, and it's David Wright and Jose Reyes, as always, who will lead them onto the field as the crowd erupts once more here at Shea. Time now for tonight's starting lineups, brought to you by Xerox. With a Xerox multifunction system in your office, you've got every position covered. Print, copy, scan, fax, and email. For the visiting Cardinals, leading off is the shortstop, the banged-up David Eckstein, who told Tony La Russa that late last night his shoulder started bothering him again and fatigued, but he is in the starting lineup tonight. Batting second in left field, Preston Wilson, the stepson of Mookie. Batting third at first base, Albert Pujols. Juan Encarnacion is the cleanup hitter. He's in right field. Batting fifth in center, Jim Edmonds. Scott Roland playing third base and batting sixth. Batting seventh and catching is Yadier Molina. He's up a spot in the lineup. Down a spot in the lineup is second baseman Ronnie Belliard. He'll hit eighth. And batting ninth and pitching, right-hander
Jeff Supon. For the Mets, the same starting 8 as they have used the entire series. Jose Reyes will lead it off and play short. Batting second, the catcher, Paul Laduka. Carlos Beltran in center field, batting third. And Carlos Delgado at first base, batting fourth. Hitting fifth at third base, David Wright. Batting sixth in right field, Sean Green. The number 7 hitter is the second baseman, Jose Valentin. And it's Endy Chavez in left field, hitting 8th. And batting 9th and pitching tonight for the New York Mets, 25-year-old left-hander Oliver Perez, who just a couple of weeks ago was a complete afterthought for the New York Mets when it came to the postseason. But with the injuries to Pedro Martinez and El Duque Orlando Hernandez, they needed Perez on the roster. They needed him to start Game 4. He did okay. Gave up 5 runs, but he got a ton of run support, so he won the game. Traxel flamed out in Game 3. Oliver hasn't started a game in a couple of years. So Willie Randolph has chosen a guy who was 3-13 during the regular season to pitch Game 7. Statistically, no matter how you slice it, these are the worst numbers that have ever been put up by a postseason starter, much less a Game 7 starter. But as we have heard, as you have heard, he's got very good stuff. Just 2 years ago, struck out 239 batters as a Pirate. Eckstein into the box. Perez into his windup, and we're underway with a fastball high for ball 1. David Wright is in on the grass at third. Delgado was even with the bag at first. The outfielders play Eckstein to hit the ball the other way. The 1-0 and a fastball down the middle for a strike, 1-1. Perez in a Game 4 went 5 2/3, gave up 5 runs on 9 hits, allowed 3 homers, including 1 to Eckstein. The 1-1 and a fastball swung on and hit in the air to right center field. Beltran and Green both calling for it. Beltran will take charge to make the catch for the first out.
One of the things the Cardinal hitters have not done in this series is do a very good job of catching up with fastballs. Their bats have been pretty slow, all except for Albert Pujols. And David Eckstein, with that bad shoulder, could not get around on that fastball.
64 degrees at game time. Time of the first pitch is 8:20 Eastern time. Preston Wilson, the left fielder, will hit second tonight. Tony La Russa's been using all kinds of different outfielders as he makes up his lineup every night. The pitch from Perez is in for a strike. You and I both thought we might see Taguchi in the starting lineup tonight.
Well, we're going to see him at some point. You'd have to think before the night's over, especially if the Mets are tied or ahead. They'll have Wagner in, and we'd see him against Billy.
The 0-1 and a slider is in for a strike at the knees. It's very early, but thus far Perez is very sharp, hitting his spots. And it's an 0-2 count on Wilson, who's just 1 for 11 with 5 strikeouts in his career against Perez. The 0-2 and a fastball gets him for strike 3 call. Inside corner, Wilson exchanging words with Tim Welke on his way back to the dugout.
Well, Dan, we were talking earlier about the fact that the Cardinal hitters haven't done a real good job of hitting fastballs in this series. The Tiger pitchers would have to be salivating over that because they got some guys with a lot better fastballs than the Met pitchers.
2 outs, nobody on. The Cardinals batting here in the top of the first, and the batter is Albert Pujols, hitting .350 in the series. The pitch from Perez, a fastball in for a strike. Again, Perez 2 years ago with Pittsburgh had an ERA under 3 and had 239 strikeouts, but he spent part of this year down in the minors, and he was a losing pitcher in the minors and the majors. The 0-1, a fastball swung on and missed. 0-2. Oliver Perez is overpowering the Cardinals in the early going. Pujols steps back in as Perez looks into Laduka. Now the left-hander rocks into the windup. And the 0-2 and a fastball is popped up right near the mound. It's going to be Delgado coming down from first, and the ball is dropped. And Pujols is going to get to second base.
as Delgado came down from first. Wright came down from third. Laduka came out from behind the plate, and the ball kicks off the heel of Delgado's glove into foul territory, and the inning continues with Pujols at second base.
Yeah, there's a case right there where David Wright, the sure-handed guy, has got to take charge of that. It's tough for Laduka coming out into fair territory, and Laduka, I think, just gave way to the veteran Delgado, but Carlos is not in the ball game for his glove. That's a third bad defensive play he's had in this series.
It is an error charged to Delgado, a two-base error. Pujols was down at first when the ball was kicked, and only because it went way into foul territory was he able to get to second. Now Juan Encarnacion swings and fouls one back, and the count is 0-1 on the right fielder, and tonight's choice by Tony La Russa as the Cardinal cleanup hitter.
Well, we'll give Albert a pass because of the hamstring, but you know, we've seen him at times throughout his career not to always run everything out full speed.
0-1 the count on Encarnacion. A look back by Perez, and the pitch, a fastball just inside of the knees, and the count is even at 1-1.
Well, you think Oliver Perez is fired up. When he came across the line to start the game, he gave one of those old Ron Santo heel clicks coming across the line. He jumped up in the air, so he certainly didn't look intimidated.
Pujols the lead out at second base, 2 down in the top of the first, no score in this game. A look back by Perez, and the 1-1 and a slider hit in the air to very shallow right field. Green is coming in. He will make the catch as he runs out from under his cap, and the inning is over. No runs, no hits, an error, and a man left. No score as we go to the bottom of the first here at Shea. You're listening to the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
The following is an OnStar conversation.
OnStar emergency, this is Ryan.
Yes, ma'am, my wife, she started having a seizure, please.
So let me get emergency services online.
Christina?
Every month, OnStar offers help in thousands of emergencies.
Please. This is Ryan with OnStar. I have a customer saying his wife just had a seizure on U.S. Highway 283.
What's happening?
Hurry, please! Christina, are you okay? Can you hear me? Can you see me? I love you. Are you okay?
Sir, try to stay calm. How old is she?
33 years old.
Okay, sir, we'll get help out to you.
The peace of mind OnStar offers is more affordable than you might think.
You're pulling up in front of the truck right now.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
The first year of OnStar service is included on new OnStar-equipped GM vehicles, and unlimited use of all safety and security services costs only $16.95 plus tax per month after that. To experience OnStar, press your blue button or visit OnStar.com. OnStar by GM.
AOL users, now you can keep your AOL email address for free. Bring it with you to Net Zero and save almost $200 a year. With AOL's recent decision to let you keep your email address for free, you can get your email from AOL and your internet access from Net Zero. Net Zero is only $9.95 a month. That's less than half the price of AOL. And Net Zero ranks higher in customer satisfaction. So why wouldn't you do it? Take 2 minutes now and download Net Zero. Call 1-800-NET-ZERO or visit netzero.com.
Taking care of business, Office Depot. It's the Office Depot 20th anniversary event, and we have great deals to celebrate. This week only, Office Depot has incredible savings on paper throughout the store, like 20% off a 10-ream case of Office Depot brand white copy paper. This is the last week of the Office Depot 20th anniversary event, so hurry in and celebrate the savings. Taking care of business, Office Depot. In-store only while supplies last.
Bottom of the first here at deafeningly loud at Shea Stadium in New York. No scores. We go to the bottom of the first. An opportunity for the Cardinals after the error by Delgado. But Encarnacion flies out to right. The Cardinals are hitting under 200 in the series with the runners in scoring position. The Mets are only at 222, but that's a little bit better. Jeff Supon to the mound for St. Louis. The Game 3 winner with 8 shutout innings. Allowed only 3 hits. The 2004 NLCS Game 7 winner over Roger Clemens and the Astros. 12-7 during the regular season. An ERA of under 2.5 after the All-Star break. He's got his work cut out for him tonight against the Mets. Jose Reyes, who hit a leadoff home run last night off Chris Carpenter, will get it started here again tonight for New York, and we'll get a fastball in for a strike.
At the end of the inning, Sandy Alomar, first base and infield coach, gathered with David Wright and Delgado and went over whose responsibility that is. And I think it's David Wright's.
0-1 the count on Reyes, hitting .333 in the LCS. The 0-1 from Supon is fouled back. Supon, not an overpowering guy. He'll throw a four-seam fastball. He'll throw a cut fastball. He'll throw a breaking ball and a changeup. And he's got to keep the ball out of the middle of the plate. And that's what he did so well in Game 3, was moving the ball from corner to corner, but rarely missing over the heart of the plate. Here's the 0-2 on the way to Reyes, and he swings and hits a ground ball to short. Eckstein up with it. The throw to first, just in time to get him. And the speedy Reyes is retired one down.
Well, if you keep hearing the singing in the stands, I'm not 100% sure what it is, but they told us after the game last night that this is the song that a lot of European soccer teams hear. So we'll go with that until further notice. But ole, 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 whatever it is, that's what they're singing.
Here's Paul Laduka, the Brooklyn native, has come home to play for the Mets and has become a huge crowd favorite here with New York this year. And that big two-run single that he had in last night's game only cemented his status as a cult hero. And you can hear them chanting his name right now. Laduka, they love him here in New York. The Supon pitch is there for a strike. Laduka's hitting .240, 6 for 25 so far in the NLCS. And I know that we both thought he did a great job. I mean, the hit was huge, but he did a great job defensively last night, both blocking pitches and also the work he did with various pitchers. The 0-1, a slider down and away.
One publication speculated that Laduka, being a Brooklyn kid, is so identifiable with the New York spirit. They said it's the type of guy you'd like to sit next to on a bar stool. Well, I don't know if Paul went for that, but kind of looks that part.
He's got that blue collar attitude about him, a feisty guy. No score, bottom of the first, one out, nobody on. And the 1-1, a swing and a ground ball down to third. A big hop comes up, belt high on Roland. He'll stay with it and throw Laduka out for out number 2.
Well, very important for Jeff Supon to have a good first inning. He's a quality pitcher, but this crowd is really revved up. And after the work by Oliver Perez in the first inning, I think Supon is saying to himself, uh-oh, I'm going to have my work cut out for me tonight. So he's just going to have to really go after these Met hitters.
Here's Carlos Beltran with 2 outs, nobody on. And we noticed that Eckstein's playing in a little bit different spot tonight against Beltran than he was last night. More on that in a moment. Supon's pitch over the outside corner with the knees for a strike. In Game 6 last night, Beltran had a base hit right about where Eckstein is now, and then Sean Green had one 3 batters later, both of them in the 4th inning, and Eckstein's not playing as much up the middle tonight against the Mets as he did last night.
Well, I think what they saw Beltran do last night was once they were feeding him a diet of sinkers away, so he just went the other way with it. If that's how they're going to pitch him, then I think Eckstein is going to play over there.
The 0-1 is at the knees for called strike 2. And again, Supon, just like he did in Game 3, everything's at the knees or on the corner. Right now, he is really hitting his spots.
Does that mean Soup's on?
The Soup is on tonight.
Soup's on.
Both pitchers very sharp in the early going here in Game 7. 2 outs, nobody on. Supon winds and works in the 0-2. A curveball, a check swing. The appeal to third, he didn't go. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Beltran.
Well, from our angle, it looked like he did, but we don't have the world's best angle.
Delgado waiting on deck should the inning continue. Beltran batting from the left side against the right-hander Supon. Supon watching the signs from Molina. Now begins his windup. And the pitch just off the outside corner with the knees, 2-2. Beltran just puts the right foot outside the batter's box for a moment. Now right back into the box as Supon steps up on the rubber again. 2-2 the count on Beltran. And the pitch from the right-hander. A swing and a base hit the other way between Roland and the bag. Preston Wilson over near the line to cut it off. Digging for second, Beltran, and he's in safely in a head-first slide. A great effort right out of the box by Beltran, and he's got himself a double.
Well, again, with 2 strikes on him, Carlos Beltran's taking that sinker the other way. And, you know, the Cardinals kind of think they had Beltran struck out. with that 0-2 pitch. They were wolfing it. Tim Welke from the third base dugout, but it seems though whenever the Mets recently have been given a little bit of an edge, they've been able to cash in, whereas the Cardinals, after the error by Delgado, Encarnacion didn't really have a good at-bat at all against Perez. A couple of late swings and finally a lazy fly ball to the outfield.
A close play out at second base, but Beltran clearly in ahead of the tag of Ronnie Belliard after the throw from Preston Wilson. So Beltran at second with 2 down, and here's Delgado. They've got a base open as now Molina goes out to the mound to talk to Supon. And they've got David Wright on deck. Now, Wright's a guy who's been struggling in this series. Delgado has been tearing it up with 3 homers and 9 RBIs. But let's see how carefully Supon and the Cardinals pitch to Delgado, although Supon has very good career numbers against Delgado.
Well, in Game 4, the heart of the order, 3, 4, and 5, went 6 for 11 with 4 homers. The rest of the time, 11 for 20 or 55. That's a 200 average, although Beltran added to that hit total with that single there, the double there.
Supon's first pitch to Delgado, a little bit inside, ball 1. Delgado just a 188 hitter in his career against Supon. 3 homers and 9 RBIs in the series, 4 homers and 11 RBIs in the postseason. Eckstein has moved more up the middle, closer to second base against Delgado than he was against Beltran. The 1-0, and it's inside again, ball 2.
Well, they're pounding Delgado in a lot more than they did early in the series. I mean, they still would like to work away, but they think they have to get him inside conscious so they can go back out where they can. They were just throwing away to him, and Delgado was parking the ball either over the fence or up against the fence in left field.
Supon retired Reyes and Laduka on ground balls to begin the inning. Then Beltran doubled. Now the 2-0 to Delgado, but it's over the outer half for a strike, 2-1.
Yeah, they threw a changeup, 2-0. He set him up with fastballs in and then threw a 2-0 changeup in perfect location.
Supon bended the waist, looking out towards Beltran. Now turns his attention to the plate and his catcher Molina. Now the righty straightens up with a sign. The 2-1, and a breaking ball bounced foul over near the Met dugout, and the count is 2-2.
Pretty amazing that, to me, Supon has not made a bad pitch in the inning. You just have to give Beltran credit for hitting a great sinker the other way. He's made 4 quality pitches on Delgado. He hasn't made a mistake yet, but the Mets are still hitting and making him work.
And Supon has slowed his pace considerably since Beltran reached. Now back on the rubber as Delgado digs back into the batter's box. Beltran increasing his lead bit by bit out at second base. Supon still looking into Molina. Now has his side. And the 2-2, and it's inside. The count is now full on Delgado.
Well, he's gone in 3 times on Delgado. Has not been able to nail that inside corner. Does he come back in again because he thinks he's got away enough, or does he go back to the changeup or try to backdoor him?
Everybody standing here at Shea, and many of them waving their Homer hankies, their towels that they've been waving constantly throughout the series. A great atmosphere here at Shea. 3-2 the count. A look back. And the pitch, and a breaking ball is in the dirt for ball 4. So now first and second, 2 down for David Wright. And pregame, you asked Willie Randolph, is there somebody in your lineup who you think has a chance to come up with a big hit? If there's one guy, and Willie Randolph said, do I only get to pick one guy? But the first name out of his mouth was David Wright. He said, I think David Wright's got a chance to get a big hit for us tonight.
Well, I preface it by saying Willie, when he was the third base coach for the Yankees, told Aaron Boone that he was going to come up big once he came into that game back in 2003, and he was right on the money with that one.
David Wright has not done a whole lot of hitting in the NLCS. 3 for 21, a 143 average, although he has hit in some tough luck. Beltran at second, Delgado at first. The first pitch to Wright is a slider over the outside corner for a called strike.
You know, the one thing the Mets have done this inning is they are making Jeff Supon work, and I don't know if they're going to cash in here, but that could pay dividends down the road. And we've seen how pitch count is so important, especially in postseason.
No score in the game. 2 on, 2 out for the Mets in the bottom of the first. Supon straightens up with a sign. And the 0-1, and a fastball is hit down the right field line. It is dropping and in. A base hit.
Beltran will come in to score. Around the third, Delgado, a bloop single down the right field line for David Wright, gives the Mets a 1-0 lead.
Well, we've seen pretty much the whole series with the exception of the offensive explosion by Beltran and Delgado with the home run ball, that almost every critical hit in the series has been some kind of a jam shot or a well-placed ground ball. And Lady Luck has been a big factor, but he got the ball in. He didn't get it in down enough, and the Mets draw first blood, and they've got a chance to add more here.
The ball fell about 4 or 5 feet in front of the charging Encarnacion over near the line. Now here's Sean Green hitting .350 in the NLCS. First and third, 2 outs. And the pitch, a fastball outside corner for a strike. Green thought it was outside. Green has very good numbers in the LCS, but very poor numbers against Supon in his career, just 3 for 29.
Danny, I go back, and this has been a brilliantly umpired series, but the Cardinals did not like that check swing call on Beltran, 0-2, and it has really changed the complexion of this game.
1-0 Mets. The 0-1 to Green, up and away. At third is Delgado. At first is Wright. The Cardinals could not take advantage of a gift from the Mets in the top of the first. The Delgado error on the pop-up. The Mets, after making a couple of outs here in the bottom of the first, have a double, a walk, and a single to produce a run. Pujols is holding on right at first. Delgado inching down the line at third. The 1-1 to Green, and a swing and a liner down to third, caught by Roland, and the inning is over. A run on 2 hits and a couple of men are left. We're through 1 at Shea, and the Mets are up 1-0. The 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone, continues after these messages from your local station.
Experience the best golf value in the area when you play Riverbend Golf Club. Riverbend Golf Club is a beautiful 18-hole public course situated by the Tomoka River amongst majestic oaks, red cedars, pines, and magnolias, and each hole on the course is well thought out and unique. Riverbend Golf Club is a perfect blend of natural surroundings combined with a competitive and scenic golf course layout. Under new management, completely renovated and open to the public, Riverbend Golf Club offers a fully stocked pro shop, driving range, and after your game, relax in the Manatee Bar and Grill. If your game's a little rusty, polish it up at the Lawson Mitchell Golf Academy at Riverbend Golf Club. Riverbend is a must-play for those who enjoy a blend of competitive golf with nature's offerings. Riverbend Golf Club, 730 Airport Road, Ormond Beach. Call today for tee times, 673-6000. That's 673-6000. Or visit their website at playriverbendgolf.com. You want sports? You got sports. For all your roofing needs, it's Halifax Roofing, providing complete roofing services for your condo, home, or business with the best warranty in the business. Halifax Roofing has got you covered from tile, shingle, asphalt, and hot tar, and specializing in custom metal roofs. Call Halifax Roofing today for a free estimate, 788-8191. For professional, friendly, and affordable service, it's Halifax Roofing, 788-8191.
This is Larry Munson from Mike Moore's Auto Salvage. If you need late model parts for your car, SUV, or truck, stop in at Mike Moore's Auto Salvage, 330 14th Street behind Florida Healthcare off US 1 in Holly Hill. Mike Moore Auto Salvage has new aftermarket parts at the lowest price in town. Mike and Sandra Moore are proud supporters of the Georgia Bulldogs. Mike Moore's Auto Salvage celebrating over 20 years serving the Daytona Beach area. Call 677-3500. That's 677-3500 for Mike Moore's Auto Salvage.
Top of the second here at Shea. Dan Shulman and Dave Campbell with you. This is Game 7 of the National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio. The Mets lead the Cardinals 1-0. Oliver Perez will face Jim Edmonds, Scott Roland, and Yadier Molina here in the second. As Tim Kirchin mentioned on the Insider segment of the pregame show, Tony La Russa was considering some drastic changes to his lineup for Game 7. Really not happy with the way his Cardinals played last night. And Edmonds was one of the guys who might have found himself out of the lineup. So Taguchi was considered for the start in center. But Edmonds told La Russa he was feeling better tonight, healthier, and he wanted to stay in. Perez's first pitch, a swing and a line drive base hit into right field, about 5 feet to the right of Delgado. And Edmonds, who homered off Perez
in Game 4 has a single off him here to begin the Cardinals' second.
Well, Perez had to sit in the dugout for a while after the Mets extended that inning, and maybe some of that early adrenaline may have backed off a little bit. We'll find out. He was some kind of charged up in the first inning, and so was this crowd.
Now Scott Roland, 4 for 17, a .235 average in the NLCS without an RBI, a .435 career hitter against Oliver Perez. That's 10 for 23. The pitch to Roland, a swing and a jam shot shallow center. Beltran is coming in, and he is there in plenty of time to make the grab for the out. Edmonds back to first.
Well, of the 5 right-handed batters that have come to the plate, 4 of them have not gotten the bat head out and gotten jammed and hit pop-ups, and the other one, Preston Wilson, struck out. So they are just not getting the bat heads out.
Perez can throw hard. He's been anywhere from 92 to 96 miles an hour with a fastball here tonight. Never before has a guy with his ERA or only 3 wins or 10 games under 500 in the regular season started a Game 7. Pitch is in for a strike to Yadier Molina. We asked Willie Randolph before the game, what did Perez say when you told him he was your guy for Game 7? And Randolph told him last night. Randolph said that Perez just kind of nodded and said, okay, nothing fancy, not a lot of emotion. Then he kind of just left. He just took off on him. And Willie was saying, boy, I wonder if he was nervous or running away from me because I'm the manager. Maybe afraid I was going to change my mind as Molina fouls one off and the count is 0-2. So far, it has worked out all right, but we're only in the second. The Mets leading 1-0. Fans on their feet again is Shea. Perez digging a little bit of dirt out of his cleats on the back of the mound. Molina hitting .316 in the series and very good career numbers against Perez, so he has moved up a spot to 7 in the Cardinal lineup. Perez looking at Edmonds over at first, and the 0-2 to Molina's a slider bounced foul just beyond the Cardinal third base dugout.
Well, Danny, you mentioned that Perez has good stuff. Coming in, he has had 673 strikeouts in 628 innings, but command and control have been a disaster. Tonight, 6 out of 7 first pitch strikes. That is what Willie Randolph, maybe more than he expected.
The left-hander sets. Staring down Edmonds, and he's going to throw over there. Edmonds with 4 steals during the season, but he's playing with a variety of physical ailments, including a bad foot, so he seems an unlikely candidate to be running. Being held on by Delgado as Molina steps back in and Perez sets his sights on the plate. Now gathers in the side quickly from Laduka, who slides to the inside. And the 0-2, a fastball swung on and hit softly down the left field line, and this ball will drop for a base hit. Rounding second, heading for third is Edmonds as Andy Chavez overruns the ball. So Edmonds is into third standing up on a single by Yadier Molina.
Boy, I'll tell you, there's something in the air in this series because there have been so many critical hits that have been of the bloop variety. That one was just perfectly placed. He got jammed badly, but just like the ball that David Wright hit, this one you could see right away it was going to drop in.
And Soup, this may be a huge moment in this game right now. The Cardinals have not done a good job getting runners in from third with less than 2 outs. And that's something that Tony La Russa teams historically have been very good at. Get them on, get them over, get them in. Ronnie Belliard, who's not hitting well in this series and who is a free swinger, a wild swinger at times. Let's see if he cuts it down a little bit, just trying to get a fly ball to the outfield to get a run home. He'll take a pitch way outside for ball 1.
Well, Danny, aggressive good base running by Jim Edmonds. Horrible base running by Molina, who's a very slow runner. But he's got to be on second base on that play. Right now, the double play is still in order. I mean, once Andy Chavez missed the ball, he's got to be down on second base.
First and third, 1 out, 1-0 Mets in the second. And the 1-0 to Belliard. A breaking ball fouled back into the screen, 1-1.
Molina's one of those safety first runners, and a lot of slow runners are, but he ran down to first base, and he was looking up. But once the ball eluded Chavez, it didn't get very far away from him. But he should have been thinking if this ball gets by him, but he wasn't thinking that. He was thinking safety first.
The other reason this Belliard at bat is huge is the pitcher, Supon, is on deck. And Supon's a good hitting pitcher, but he's a pitcher nonetheless. The 1-1. Belliard pushes a bunt towards second. This will get the run home as Belliard is retired at first. Into second base goes Molina. Belliard bunting the ball sharply past the mound out towards second, and the Cardinals have tied it at 1.
And that is neither a safety squeeze nor a suicide squeeze. That was just Belliard doing it on his own. And they get the run on and get a man into scoring position. So it's a productive out, and the Cardinals get even.
A good job by Belliard. Edmonds coming in to score. He was home free as soon as the ball got by the mound. Valentin came in barehanded and threw to Delgado just in time to get Belliard. Molina to second now with 2 down as Supon swings and fouls off the first pitch that he sees. So we are tied at 1 now in the top of the second inning.
Well, Blue Pits have figured in both runs, so from the luck standpoint, the teams are even.
Supon, who a couple of years ago was among the worst hitting pitchers in a baseball, has done a great job swinging the bat the last couple of years. Hit .218 this season as he fouls another one off, and it's 0-2. And he hit a home run back in Game 3 off Steve Traxel. 0-2 the counter with 2 outs as some of the fans begin to get on their feet again and wave those towels around. Supon just resting in the batter's box, looking calm as can be with the bat on his shoulder as Perez goes for a little walk around the mound. Now the left-hander back on the rubber. Gets his sign from Laduka. And the 0-2 to Supon. Fastball up and away. Remember, Perez is on a short rest, 3 days rest. So Willie Randolph will get as much as he can out of him. 24 pitches to this point. Not a high total through an inning and 2/3 for Oliver Perez. 1-2 to count as the left-hander sets. He deals, and Supon takes strike 3, called at the knees on a bit of a delayed call from home plate umpire Tim Welke. The inning is over, but the Cardinals have tied it. And we'll go to the bottom of the second at Shea. It's 1-1. You're listening to the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
Hey guys, whether you're big or tall, you know how hard it is to find clothes you like and that fit right. Check out the men's store inside JCPenney, where you'll find a tremendous selection of the right looks in your size. And now through this Wednesday, the entire stock of men's big and tall sports shirts, sweaters, and fleece are 40 to 50% off. So stop by the men's store inside JCPenney, where they make it easy to get in, find it, and get out. It's all inside the men's store inside JCPenney. See store for details. Sale ends on Wednesday, October 25th.
When I'm at the ballpark, I just can't resist the food. I mean, the peanuts, the popcorn, sometimes a slice of pizza, and you can't watch a game without a hot dog. That's just un-American. So I always pack my Pepsi Complete to relieve my ballpark heartburn, because Pepsi Complete starts to work in seconds. So the heartburn is out of here, and it lasts for a whole ball game. Even more perfect for a doubleheader. Hey, are you going to eat those nachos?
Let's say your team is in Atlanta, but Friday's the big game against San Francisco. Your scouts are everywhere, and you want those scouting reports in hand before you fly to the coast. What do? Simple. You make sure your organization has a Xerox multifunction system. That way your critical stats can be scanned, emailed, printed, and shared well before anyone shouts, "Play ball!" Xerox MFPs. Whatever your game, they're really MVPs. To add this kind of multi-talent to your team, call 1-800-ASK-XEROX.
What if I told you I could make your acne disappear and leave you with beautiful, healthy-looking skin? With all the acne promises out there, you're skeptical. So I'm going to prove it to you by sending you a risk-free 60-day trial of a remarkable product called Proactive Solution. Proactive was developed by dermatologists for you to use at home without spending hundreds of dollars on doctor visits. To get your risk-free 60-day trial of Proactive Solution, just call 1-800-550-2238. Call 1-800-550-2238 for your risk-free trial. 1-800-550-2238.
Welcome back to Shea Stadium in New York. Bottom of the second inning here at Game 7 of the NLCS. Dan Shulman and Dave Campbell, glad you're along with us here on ESPN Radio. The Mets and Cardinals are tied at 1. One of these teams is getting on an airplane tonight and going to Detroit. One of these teams will play the Tigers in Game 1 of the World Series Saturday night. The broadcast will begin at 7:35, I believe, 7:35 Eastern Time here on ESPN Radio. John Miller and Joe Morgan will bring you the play-by-play. Soup and I will be there as the pre- and post-game hosts, and it is expected to be awfully chilly in Detroit over the weekend. Jose Valentin, the second baseman, will lead off the second for the Mets. Valentin with some strong numbers in his career against Supon. And he's batting from his strong side, the left side. Supon's first pitch, a fastball a little bit up and in for ball one.
Yeah, Valentin has 4 of the Mets' 6 home runs off Supon. 13, I think, for 51 lifetime.
Here's the 1-0. And Supon's pitch is swung on and popped a mile high into shallow right. Belliard going out. Encarnacion racing in. And Encarnacion reaches right up over top of a bewildered Belliard and makes the catch.
That was the law of elevation. And what you have on pop-ups in a stadium like this, in a game of this magnitude, is the inability to communicate verbally. So Encarnacion was screaming, I got it, so was Belliard. But Encarnacion at 6'4" and Belliard at 5'10". The law of height won out in that one.
And as Encarnacion ran back out to the outfield, Belliard was just shaking his head at him as he ran by. And Pujols went over and talked to Belliard about it a bit. Andy Chavez, the batter, he takes a breaking ball down and in.
Well, anytime an outfielder can get to the ball and make a routine play, it should be his, because he's coming in. If you're backpedaling, it's a tougher play.
Chavez hitting just 174 in this series. He hit 306 during the regular season. But he's had some big hits for Willie Randolph this year. The 1-0, and he swings and pops one back out of play, 1-1. And as we've mentioned before, every game when we get an opportunity to go in and talk to Willie Randolph, we get about 10 minutes with him, and we talk about a variety of things, but inevitably Andy Chavez's name comes up. And Randolph will pause and smile and say, yeah, he's one of my guys. He's one of my favorites. He's really got a soft spot for Chavez in the way that he's performed this season. The 1-1 from Supon inside, ball 2. And he's a pretty important guy because the injury to Cliff Floyd has basically left the Mets a man short in this series.
Yeah, of course, if the Mets can get to the World Series, then all of a sudden we might think about Cliff Floyd DHing in the American League parks, which would give the Mets another weapon.
Supon into his windup, and the 2-1, a swing and a ground ball down to first, backhanded by Pujols. He waves off Supon, and it makes the play unassisted, 2 down. You get the impression that Supon would have the same demeanor, the same expression the first day of spring training as he would in Game 7 of a playoff series.
Yeah, had a chance, you and I both, to visit with him the 2 previous days. Not today. We gave him his space, but very affable, talking about the restaurant his family has opened out in Woodland Hills, Soup's Grill, and features a lot of Philadelphia-type products, because that's where his parents are originally from, that area, the hoagies and the cheesesteaks.
Oliver Perez, the batter, and he lines the ball to left field, but right at Preston Wilson, and just like that, the inning is over as the Mets go 1-2-3. We're through 2 at Shea. The Cardinals and the Mets are tied at 1. The 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone, continues after these messages from your local station.
At Cunningham Oil, you can join the Evolution Revolution and get a Bryant rebate up to $1,810. The new Bryant Evolution System kills germs and cools efficiently. The Bryant Evolution System with Puron is the industry's first self-monitoring residential air conditioning system. And now, for a limited time, get up to a $1,325 Bryant bonus rebate and up to a $485 rebate from FPL. All you need to do is call Cunningham, your authorized Bryant dealer, and replace your old worn-out cooling system with a brand new 2-speed Bryant Evolution system. Call Cunningham at 253-7621, and you'll get a 1-year 100% satisfaction guarantee, a daily self-adjusting system, a 10-year parts and labor warranty, up to 30 times more moisture removal than a standard fan coil, and Puron refrigerant. Cunningham Air Conditioning, Heating, Fuel Oils, and LP Gas, 343 Carswell Avenue in Holly Hill, a Bryant factory authorized dealer. Call 253-7621 for Cunningham. Join the Evolution Revolution with Cunningham.
Experience the best golf value in the area when you play Riverbend Golf Club. Riverbend Golf Club is a beautiful 18-hole public course situated by the Tomoka River amongst majestic oaks, red cedars, pines, and magnolias, and each hole on the course is well thought out and unique. Riverbend Golf Club is a perfect blend of natural surroundings combined with a competitive and scenic golf course layout. Under new management, completely renovated and open to the public, Riverbend Golf Club offers a fully stocked pro shop, driving range, and after your game, relax in the Manatee Bar and Grill. If your game's a little rusty, polish it up at the Lawson Mitchell Golf Academy at Riverbend Golf Club. Riverbend is a must-play for those who enjoy a blend of competitive golf with nature's offerings. Riverbend Golf Club, 730 Airport Road, Ormond Beach. Call today for tee times, 673-6000. That's 673-6000. Or visit their website at playriverbendgolf.com.
WELE.
Top of the third inning at Shea Stadium, Game 7 of the National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio with Dave Campbell. I'm Dan Schulman. The Cardinals and the Mets are tied at 1. Top of the order for St. Louis here in the third against Oliver Perez, David Eckstein, Preston Wilson, and Albert Pujols. The Mets got their run in the bottom of the first on a bloop single down the right field line off the bat of David Wright that cashed into Carlos Beltran, who had doubled with 2 outs. The Cardinals got their run in the second inning on a bunt by Belliard. Pushed a bunt past the mound, bringing Edmonds in from third. Not a bunt single, a sacrifice for Belliard, but the bunt bringing the run home. Eckstein leads off the third and takes a fastball outside for ball 1. Both pitchers with relatively low pitch counts through 2 innings. Perez at 25 through 2. Supon at 28. The 1-0 to the Cardinals shortstop, and it's a fastball up and away, ball 2.
Well, Danny, this is a game that Willie Randolph expects to be in the bullpen. Tony La Russa knows he'll have to go there somewhere. He's not in any hurry, though. I think Willie would be happy with 5 innings and 2 runs from Perez.
2-0's in for a strike.
In fact, I think he'd be thrilled.
Yep.
If Perez could get through 5, only giving up 2.
For the Mets, obviously John Maine, the starter last night. You'd assume he's not going to get involved. And Tom Glavine threw down in the bullpen before tonight's game. The 2-1, and Eckstein takes up and in. Now, Glavine yesterday approached Willie Randolph and said, if you need me, maybe I got something for you. But I take from Glavine throwing in the bullpen before tonight's game that he's not available, that was his throw day getting ready for a possible World Series start. 3-1, and Eckstein looks at a strike, full count.
I'd say unless it goes 18 or 19 tonight that I would agree with you.
For the Cardinals, Chris Carpenter, obviously, who started Game 6 last night, you would assume that he is unavailable in any and all situations. And probably the same for Jeff Weaver. Maybe Weaver could give him a little if they needed it. The 3-2 to Eckstein, and he swings and lines the ball down the left field line. It is fair, and it's going to get into foul territory deep down in the corner. Picked up by Chavez, but at second base with a leadoff double is David Eckstein.
Well, David, just like Jose Reyes, Eckstein, because he hits so few home runs, knows that a 3-2 pitch, he's going to get a fastball. 3-1, he was taking all the way. He knows he's going to get a fastball from Oliver Perez, and he jumped up on a high one and ripped it into the corner.
Now, another situation here, Soup, where the Cardinals can generate a run without another hit. They had first and third, 1 out in the second, got a run in on the bunt. Here's Preston Wilson with Eckstein at second and nobody out. The Cardinals, in Tony La Russa's words, were a pretty good team at getting him over and getting him in this year. The pitch to Wilson, a slider inside, ball 1.
Well, Danny, you know if Preston Wilson makes an out and doesn't advance the runner, that Albert Pujols is going to be taking a stroll on 4 wide ones to first base, and they're going to put it on Encarnacion. So whatever Wilson does here is going to dictate whether they pitch to Albert or not.
A look back by Perez in the 1-0 to Wilson. A swing and a foul tip on a high fastball, 1-1. Looked like Wilson was taking a shot at right field.
Well, trying to stay inside it. He had a big double to right center field off Tom Glavine in game number 5.
This ball's getting on him, though, a little bit quicker than Glavine's is. About 10 miles an hour faster on the heater. 1-1 the count. And the pitch, fastball at the knees, inside corner, 1-2.
Well, the numbers were not good for Preston Wilson, but Tony La Russa had a hunch. Right now, the hunch not looking too good, but Preston still got a strike left in this at bat.
Yeah, including the first inning strikeout. Wilson 1 for 12 with 6 punch-outs in his career against Perez. Eckstein out at second base, 1-1 in the third inning. And the 1-2 to Wilson is a fastball fouled back just below us, as you can hear from that noise you just heard, and the count remains 1-2.
A little surprised you didn't bend over. You couldn't,
all the way.
You couldn't get your glove off on that pass.
As long as it's not heading right at me, I want nothing to do with it. Even if it is heading right at me, then I especially want nothing to do with it. A ball and 2 strikes as Perez comes set. And the pitch, swing and a miss. He struck him out again. Now here's Albert Pujols. Laduka is walking out in front of the plate, and he has just put up, for everybody in Shea to see, 4 fingers. He wants to leave no doubt in anybody's mind that they're going to walk Albert Pujols. There's ball 1 outside, and it's hard really to argue with the strategy here.
I still think Pujols has not had a chance to swing a bat with a man in scoring position, and this is the 7th game of the series.
Yes, it's amazing. He's got just the 1 RBI, and that was on a solo home run. There's ball 2 outside.
Now they keep making a big deal about it. He hasn't hit with men in scoring position. The only time he's had men in scoring position, he's either walked or been given an intentional walk.
Ball 3 outside, so a lot is going to fall tonight on Juan Encarnacion. Not your prototypical lead or cleanup hitter, rather, but with Roland not healthy and not producing that much, Tony La Russa has dropped him down in the lineup. There's ball 4. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
You're on Daytona's Sports Source, 1380 WELE, Ormond Beach, Florida.
Back at Shea, the Cardinals are threatening in the top of the 3rd. Runners at first and second, 1 out. In a 1-1 tie, Encarnacion is the hitter. And the Perez pitch, a slider swung on and missed. It's 0-1.
Well, thanks to Joe D, who gave us a stat in the pregame show, the Cardinal cleanup hitters in this series are 3 for 22, and they've left 16 men on base. And unless somebody picks up Albert Pujols, they aren't going to pitch to him the rest of this night.
That's a combination of Encarnacion and Edmonds hitting in the cleanup spot this series for the Cardinals, trying to protect Albert Pujols. The 0-1 and a fastball fouled back to our right, 0-2. Winds up in one of the broadcast booths, just 2 down from us. Encarnacion has driven in 2 runs so far in this series. He is 4 for 19, a .211 average. 0-2 the count. They're up on their feet and waving their towels around again here at Shea. A look back by Perez. And the 0-2 pitch and a fastball is fouled off. The inning began with David Eckstein doubling into the left field corner. Preston Wilson could not advance the runner. He struck out. And then the Mets intentionally walked Albert Pujols. An 0-2 count on Encarnacion with Jim Edmonds on deck for the Cardinals. Yeah, the Cardinals have done a lousy job in this series, hitting with runners in scoring position under 200 as a team. The 0-2 and a slider reached for by Encarnacion, and he pokes one foul back out of play.
Well, I'm of the mindset that until Juan Encarnacion and Scott Roland can turn on a fastball, I think you keep going Powder River on them and don't do any favors by speeding up their bats with something off speed.
4th time in 7 games Encarnacion is at cleanup. The other 3 Edmonds, depending on if the Mets have a righty or a lefty on the mound. The 0-2 and a fastball, a broken back ground ball down to David Wright, to second for 1 on the first double play. Valentine did a great job hanging in despite a hard takeout slide from Pujols. The inning is over. Perez gets out of it, and the Mets will come up for the bottom of the 3rd in a 1-1 tie. You're listening to the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
It's all about quality time. Fishing, a ball game, firing up the grill. You need jeans that feel great, fit right, and stay comfortable. Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans. Built comfortable because all you want to do is relax. Built strong so they last and last. Built right because quality time deserves quality jeans. Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans. Wrangler, real, comfortable jeans.
Buying a used car can be a roller coaster ride. Are you getting the car you think you're getting, or just being taken for a ride? Listen closely. Honda certified used cars. They're well-maintained late-model Hondas. Each undergoes a 150-point inspection, then backed by one of the best warranties in the business. Plus, now you can get APR financing as low as 2.9% on all certified used Honda Odyssey and Pilot models. Honda certified used cars. They're the next best thing to new.
See dealer for financing and limited warranty details.
Today, many advances in technology have benefited the field of criminal justice, and new jobs are emerging. How can you get involved? The ITT Tech School of Criminal Justice. With a degree in criminal justice, you can pursue various career opportunities involving corrections, workplace security, and private investigations. Call now for an ITT Tech brochure. 800-ITT-3169. That's 800-ITT-3169. Not offered at every campus. Check the ITT Tech for a list of programs offered.
Boys and Girls Clubs, Major League Baseball charities, and Dontrell Willis on...
Pay attention, guys. This is Keith. Now step and then kick your leg up real high. Who's next? Both of you guys can do it at the same time. You got gloves? You want to use my glove?
You can use mine.
See, that's a great teammate right there. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. That's awesome. That's awesome. Everyone has to have mean faces. Mean faces. What's everyone smiling about?
Boys and Girls Clubs and Major League Baseball. Together they create a positive place for kids.
Shulman and Dave Campbell back with you at Shea Stadium, where it's a 1-1 tie between the Cardinals and the Mets as we go to the bottom of the third here in Game 7 of the NLCS with a spot in the World Series on the line. The Tigers will play the winner of this game Saturday night. The broadcast begins at 7:35 Eastern Time here on ESPN Radio. Top of the order for the Mets, Jose Reyes, Paul Laduka, and Carlos Beltran against Jeff Supon. Reyes grounded out in the first. Had the big game last night, 3 hits, including a home run, stole a couple of bases, scored a couple of runs. What a future this kid's got. Batting from the left side against the right-hander Supon. And the first pitch of the inning is in for a strike. Reyes didn't appear to like it. Kind of looked like it was right down the middle to me, but counts 0-1 either way on Reyes.
Maybe he's mad at himself for taking it.
Maybe. Yeah, you're probably right. Might be the best one he sees because Supon's been on the corners a lot. Molina slides to the outside in the 0-1. A swing and a high fly ball to right field. Fairly deep but playable in front of the warning track for Encarnacion. And Reyes is retired for the out. And that was actually a pitch where Supon missed his spot and left the ball over the middle of the plate.
Yep, Supon got away with one that Chris Carpenter didn't. Carpenter threw a cutter last night to Reyes, and Reyes got the bat head out and hit it well over the 371 mark. He probably got just as good a wood on that ball, but it went straight up.
Now Paul Laduka, who grounded out to third in his first at-bat. Laduka told us last night after the game that he was going to go to his Good Luck Taco Bell for his post-game meal. He's superstitious. A lot of these guys are superstitious. Pitch from Supon, a swing and another bouncer down to third. Short hop by Roland. Throw to first in time. 2 down. Would you say Tony La Russa is probably the most superstitious man in the stadium right now?
Yeah, and Tony always, bangs on his desk, knocks on his head. But, ironically, if we talked about how Billy Wagner, number 13, coughed it up on Friday the 13th in the game the Cardinals won 9-6. And Tony said, well, number 13 has always been lucky for me. He said, one time I was wearing 13 in high school. On Friday the 13th, hit 2 homers, a triple, and a double. So he said, I've always considered 13 lucky.
Here's Carlos Beltran with 2 outs, nobody on, and he'll take down an in-ball 1.
But we see Oliver Perez hopping over the line when he goes out to pitch, and when he comes back, everybody's got little idiosyncrasies.
In St. Louis, La Russa has several different routes that he uses to drive to the ballpark based on whether or not they won or lost the night before. The 1-0 is in for a strike. If they lost, he'll take a different route, just like he'll send a different coach out there for the lineup card exchange, depending on what happened the night before. And if you walk into Tony La Russa's office and say, how are you, Tony? He'll say, I'll let you know in about 4.5 hours. Same line every time. You eventually stop asking how he is. The 1-1 to Beltran, and a curveball is just low. 2 balls and a strike.
Can't remember exactly the food supplement, but Tim Flannery of the Padres once was in a horrible slump. He went out and had, I think, a real extra hot burrito and 2 shots of tequila. Got 2 hits the next day. Had to do it for the next 2 weeks. He said, I was going to die if I didn't break my hitting streak.
The 2-1, and Beltran has popped one up at a shallow left. Preston Wilson coming in, setting up underneath it, and he'll make the catch as Jeff Supon makes quick work of the Mets again, and he's now retired 7 in a row. We're through 3 at Shea, all tied up at 1. You're listening to the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
Hey guys, whether you're big or tall, you know how hard it is to find clothes you like and that fit right. Check out the men's store inside JCPenney, where you'll find a tremendous selection of the right looks in your size. And now through this Wednesday, the entire stock of men's big and tall sports shirts, sweaters, and fleece are 40 to 50% off. So stop by the men's store inside JCPenney, where they make it easy to get in, find it, and get out. It's all inside the men's store inside JCPenney. See store for details. Sale ends on Wednesday, October 25th.
Get in the zone. AutoZone. Keep your car running right and save money today. Get to AutoZone now and change your oil and filter every 3 months or 3,000 miles. Now, for a limited time at AutoZone, you can get 5 quarts of Castrol GTX motor oil and a Bosch oil filter for only $12.99. That's right, just $12.99. See store for details. Don't send your engine to an early grave. Get to AutoZone. Change your oil and get more life out of your car. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
This year, the government's going to give out over $350 billion to people like you who want to start a business, go back to school, or train for a new job. I'm Matthew Lesko, and I've written over 70 books on government programs. You've probably seen me all over the television shows, on talk shows. My new program shows you 15,000 government sources, where you can get like $100,000 to open up a coffee shop, $15,000 to write a book, or $30,000 to become a French chef, $9,000 to take a computer course, or $15,000 to finish college, get a GED, or a PhD. There's money to travel overseas, train your employees, or work on your invention. I've done all the work. You just have to make the call. Call toll-free 877-ASK-LESCO, and you'll get my book and 6-hour audio tape program for only 2 payments of $29.95 plus $7.50 postage and handling. There's a 90-day money-back guarantee. Call toll-free 877-ASK-LESCO or 1-877-275-5375.
Tied at 1 as we go to the top of the 4th inning here at Shea Stadium. Dan Shulman and Dave Campbell with you on ESPN Radio. Hoping you're enjoying our coverage of the Major League playoffs here this October. This is Game 7 of the NLCS. The Cardinals, incidentally, this is the 14th Game 7 in Cardinal franchise history. That's the most for any franchise in baseball history. The Yankees have been in 13. The Cardinals are 9-4 in their Game 7 history. The Mets are 1-2 in their Game 7 history. The one was the win in the 1986 World Series Game 7. And the man who started that game, Ron Darling, threw out the ceremonial first pitch here tonight. Jim Edmonds singled and scored back in the 2nd. He will lead off the 4th for the Cardinals. Lefty against lefty. And the pitch from Perez, a slider over the outside corner for a strike. Edmonds will question Tim Welke just briefly. Now quickly steps back into the box. Edmonds has been hitting Perez well in this series. Singled tonight, and he homered off him back in Game 4. The 0-1, another slider, and again it's over the outside corner, 0-2. And now Edmonds is not pleased. He's wanted to step outside the box. He has seen 2 sliders that in his mind are too far outside, but Tim Welke has called them strikes. Let's see if Laduka and Perez go back to it again. The 0-2, and a fastball is hit the other way, fairly deep. Chavez going back, and he is there to make the catch. A few feet shy of the track. Edmonds retired, 1 down.
Well, one of the most unusual Game 7s in Cardinal history, 1926, the Cardinals against the Yankees. Babe Ruth at first base with 2 outs in the 9th inning. Lou Gehrig was not hitting. He'd already made out. But with Bob Musial at the plate, Babe Ruth tried to steal second. Bob O'Farrell threw him out to end the World Series.
Here's Scott Roland. Roland hit a fly ball to center his first time up. Now he'll take a fastball in for a strike.
Enos Slaughter's mad dash in 1946 in the 7th game. Bob Gibson winning 64 and 67. Those are 2 of the Three of the big highlights in Cardinal history.
One of the losses came the next year.
Yep, Tigers, Mickey Lolich.
The 0-1, and Roland fouls one off out of play right side, 0-2. He is still having trouble getting around with a good fastball.
Hadn't gotten around on one the whole series. Hit one line drive to right field off Perez, but the rest of the time he's been late on the fastball. It's just that shoulder won't allow him to get there. I think he's got to start cheating early to get the head out.
Hit a slider for a double off Billy Wagner last night. Tony La Russa liked the swing so much. That's one of the reasons he decided to leave Roland in the lineup tonight. The 0-2, another fastball, and it's inside. For La Russa, this is his third Game 7 as a manager. Willie Randolph was in 3 as a coach, was not in any as a player. The 1-2, another fastball, and it's inside. And it looks like the Mets are just going to keep pounding Roland with fastballs until he shows them he can do something with one of them.
Well, they kept pounding him last night and had him going, and then all of a sudden Billy Wagner decided to try to trick him. And when you speed up a guy's bat that's having a little trouble getting the bat going, you're doing him an enormous favor.
Tied at 1, the Cardinals hitting in the top of the 4th. And the 2-2 pitch, a fastball, and Perez overthrew that one as he fires it in low in the dirt. We have heard a lot about how his mechanics can get a little bit wonky at times, and he came out of his delivery right there, followed through badly, and looked like he tried to throw his hardest pitch of the night, and he missed badly, and the count is now full. That last fastball was at 95, but he missed with it. Roland waits. And the 3-2 pitch, a fastball lined foul down the left field line. Into the seats deep down the line as Roland got the bat head out on that one.
Well, I think Scott finally decided he was going to start earlier and got that one down in the corner. 94 miles an hour, and he turned on that one. So maybe he's just decided, hey, they're going to feed me fastballs. I got to get this thing started a little sooner.
Perez has thrown him 6 fastballs in a row in this at bat. Again, the 3-2, and a fastball is lined deep but foul down the left field line again.
Now, this is good for Roland. Now, the other thing, now Paul Laduka may be thinking, oh, okay, now Paul, I think you're starting to cheat on me, Scott. Maybe I'll slip you a slider here. But, you know, Roland had to make that adjustment because the Mets were going to do nothing but feed him fastballs until he proved he could turn on one.
1 out, nobody on. Roland putting up a good battle against Perez here in the 4th inning. And finally, time is called. Perez is basically a 2-pitch guy. Hard fastball, hard slider. Roland steps back in. Perez staring in toward Laduka. They've got the sign already. Here comes another 3-2 pitch, another fastball, and Roland has popped it up near third base. David Wright a few strides into foul territory, makes the catch. Roland retired, 2 down.
Well, that's an at-bat for Scott Roland that may, and I put the words in quotation, may get him going. All of a sudden, he was able to extend, and even though the results show a pop-up to third base, that was more promising than anything he's done in the series.
So now with 2 outs and nobody on in the Cardinal 4th, tied at 1, the batter will be the catcher Yadier Molina, who had a bloop single to left back in the 2nd inning, helping to set up the Cardinal run. The pitch from Perez, a slider in for a strike. With the base hit in the 2nd, Molina is now 8 for 20, a .400 career average with a couple of homers against Oliver Perez. The 0-1 on the way, another slider, and it misses down and in.
Then you almost get the idea that unless the Cardinals can get in a situation where the Mets absolutely have to pitch to Albert Pujols, that may be about their only chance. Bases loaded, maybe with 1 out or something.
The 1-1 on the way, and a slider is there for a strike, 1-2. Again, they are standing and stomping and waving their towels and making a ton of noise here at Shea Stadium. You almost can't hear the airplanes going by overhead. They're so loud here tonight. And this place was shaking at times last night. That hasn't happened yet, but it might later on. The 1-2 and a fastball misses off the outside corner.
And we talked about how Willie Randolph would be so thrilled to get Perez through 5 innings, allowing only 2 runs. He's got a chance, if he can get Molina here, to start out with Belliard, Supon, and Eckstein to get through 5, giving up 1.
The 2-2 on the way now, and a fastball hit in the air to shallow right. Green coming in and over near the line. Again, runs out from under his cap as he makes the catch, and the inning is over. Perez gets the Cardinals in order, and the Mets will come up in the bottom of the fourth inning in a 1-1 tie here at Shea. You're listening to the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
The Joneses like things fast. They use Zantac. It's fast, like last night after dinner.
Heartburn? Painful. Zantac. Thank you.
And then later.
Better? Completely. Zantac's fast.
The Joneses know Zantac quickly relieves the toughest heartburn and more, like before the Joneses family barbecue.
Ribs?
Heartburn.
Zantac.
Curse?
Prevents.
Amazing.
Zantac's fast.
Zantac before a meal prevents heartburn. Zantac after a meal quickly stops heartburn. Maximum strength Zantac. It's
fast.
Use as directed. Controls heartburn in 30 to 60 minutes.
Welcome back to the Sports Beat with me, Dan Stevens, and we've got Nancy on a car phone.
Dan, I just missed a turn. Now, should I take a right or a left here?
You know this is Sports Beat, don't you?
To easily get back on track when you miss a turn, you want to ask TomTom, not Dan.
Turn left.
TomTom Go is your portable, everyday GPS solution. Grab it and go. Just tap the screen and a helpful voice guides you where you're going.
You have reached your destination.
TomTom Go. Find your way the easy way. Learn more at TomTom.com.
My friends laughed at me when I said I could order in French. But when the waiter came, I just smiled and said, Je voudrais le poulet et le riz.
Millions of people everywhere are learning new languages faster than they thought possible with Rosetta Stone software. And we guarantee that you can too. To prove it, we want you to try our amazing software free. Just request a free demo CD-ROM and see how fast you can learn a language. For your free CD-ROM, call 1-800-335-1656. Discover the secret to learning languages that U.S. diplomats, NASA, and the Peace Corps have known for years. And best of all, there's no tedious translation, no useless memorization, and no boring drills.
If my friends were impressed by that, just wait till we go to Chinatown next week.
Experience the fastest way to learn any of 28 languages, guaranteed. Request your free CD-ROM by calling 1-800-335-1656. That's 1-800-335-1656.
Welcome back to Shea. They are waving their towels around as they are being instructed to do with the giant scoreboard out in left center. And it sure doesn't take a whole lot to get these fans on their feet and making noise and having fun. The Mets were last in the World Series in 2000. They're a win away. The Cardinals, of course, were there just a couple of years ago. But you've got to go back to the 80s for the last time either of these teams won the World Series. The Mets won it in 86. The Cardinals last won it in 82. And for what it's worth, the Tigers last won it in 84. So one of these franchises with a pretty good drought is going to be crowned the champs of baseball here this year. We're tied at 1 in the bottom of the fourth. Carlos Delgado leads it off for the Mets and takes a curveball, and I mean a slow curveball, in at the knees for called strike one. 71 miles an hour on the curveball. Usually Supon will throw the curve a little harder than that, mid to high 70s. Delgado walked in the first inning. Infielders play him to pull. Roland way off the line at third. His time is called. Supon threw just 36 pitches through the first 3 innings, and 21 of them came in the first. The 0-1 a little upstairs. He's retired 7 in a row, and he just breezed through the second and third on a total of 15 pitches. David Wright on deck, Sean Green behind him. The 1-1 from Supon, and Delgado takes a fastball in for ball 2.
Supon's tried to nail that inside corner on about 5 different occasions, and Delgado hasn't gotten a strike in there yet. I wonder if he's intentionally missing to set up a way or if he's trying to nail a strike in there, but Delgado's not biting. He's not going to swing at it.
Delgado waits, and here comes the 2-1 down low. The game plan appeared to change against Delgado heading into Game 5 when Jeff Weaver took them out. Weaver, Carpenter, and now Supon have all been trying to jam Delgado after everything seemed to be middle of the plate or the outer part of the plate in the first 4 games, and Delgado happily hit the ball the other way and hit it hard the other way. The 3-1 and a swing and a foul off to the left, full count.
Danny, we've documented this postseason about all the unusual things, the great Yankee lineup being shut down, the Tigers winning 6 games in a row by 3 or more runs, Santana losing at home. But how would it be if a guy 3-13 with a 6.55 ERA wins 2 games in the league championship series?
A guy who did not even make his Met debut until August 26th. The 3-2, and Delgado takes low. He walks again. Well, and if Duaner Sanchez, who was the primary setup reliever for the Mets this year, is not involved in a traffic accident, then Omar Minaya doesn't need to go out and replace him. He got Roberto Hernandez. He had to give up Xavier Nady. Minaya asked for a throw-in, and the throw-in was Oliver Perez. That's the only reason why Perez is even on the Mets. And even going back to John Maine, he was acquired as the throw-in in the Chris Benson, Jorge Julio deal in the offseason, a deal that many felt came about only because, or partly because, Chris Benson's wife, Anna, was becoming a real nuisance to the organization. Here's David Wright. And the pitch from Supon, taken over the outside corner for a called strike. And then here they are, Maine and Perez, making 4 starts between them in the NLCS. But if the Mets win, your guess is that El Duque will start Game 1 of the World Series.
He looks as fit as a fiddle right now. He's prancing around the clubhouse, and I looked at him tonight. I held up one finger and said Game 1. He just kind of shrugged his shoulders and smiled.
The 0-1, and Wright hits a bouncer down to third. Roland's got to wait for the extra hop. Snaps a throw to second for 1, and back to first, not in time. It was that in-between hop, and Roland had no choice but to give a little ground, so they can't get 2 as Wright hits into a fielder's choice.
Yeah, very good play by Scott Roland, though. I mean, this is a veteran guy that he knew as soon as he had to back up and play that ball that he was just going to get 1 out. Belliard tried to turn it. Maybe he shouldn't have done that, but Roland was just going to get the 1 out at second base.
El Duque, by the way, recovering from a calf injury that happened just before the postseason. He did throw on Sunday extensively in the pen. Now, let me ask you this. If the Cardinals win this game, who do you think their Game 1 starter is going to be?
Jason Marquis, who's not even on the roster.
Nor is El Duque. So there's a chance that no matter which team makes it, a guy not on the roster for the LCS could start Game 1 of the World Series. Sean Green, the batter, but he fouls one back.
And I have no inside information. It would have to be Marquis or Anthony Reyes.
Yeah.
Because what Tony La Russa would have to do is he would have to, you can't say sacrifice, but he would, in order to get his pitching lined up so that they would be on normal rest the rest of the series, he's got to use somebody else in Game 1. Otherwise, everybody's going to be pitching short the whole series.
0-1 the count on Green. We're tied at 1 here in the bottom of the 4th. Throw to first and the runner back.
And if the Mets can win, then El Duque could go 1, assuming he's healthy, but we think he is. And Tom Glavine would be on normal rest for Game 2, and that would give the Mets, it would sit them in pretty good shape.
But if the Cardinals win, and if they don't want to pitch anybody on short rest, Weaver would have to go in 2. Carpenter couldn't go until 3. Supon wouldn't go until 4. So he'd only get 1 start.
Yep.
So that's a problem for another day as Green takes a strike 0-2. You got to get there first.
Yeah, well, if you tell Tony right now, if we could talk to him, say, well, you wouldn't be use Supon to 4. Fine, just get me there.
Right.
I mean, they would have loved to have won it in 5 and not had to use Carpenter, and they would have loved to use it in 6 or win it in 6 and not have to use Supon. But right now, they just want to get there.
Right at first with pretty good speed, stole 20 bases during the season. The 0-2 now to Green is in the dirt. The Mets won Game 1. The Cardinals took 2 and 3. The Mets 4. The Cardinals 5. And then the Mets won Game 6 last night.
Boy, Supon has not made very many mistakes, and he's really had a battle with Delgado tonight. Carlos has really been selective at the plate. Supon's walked him twice, but he has not given him anything to hit.
1-2 the count on Green with a runner at first and 1 out. Supon gets his sign. And the pitch to Green, a swing and a foul tip held by Molina, and Green strikes out, 2 down.
Well, I know you and I talked to Sean, and we asked him, what is it about Supon that, you've really struggled in the career? And he just said, it's just a comfortable 0 for 4. But right there, Supon just made a quality pitch to him, a good sinking fastball down and away.
Supon told us a couple of days ago when we had a good chat with him in the clubhouse, he can only control 2 things in this world: what pitch he throws and where he throws it. And he says the 2 most most important things for him to have success, and he said they're rather obvious things for any pitcher, are hitting your spots, not throwing many pitches right over the heart of the plate, and also, trying to outthink the hitter. Throw a fastball when he's thinking curve. Throw a changeup when he's thinking fastball. Jose Valentin, the batter, first to throw to first and the runner back. And Supon's got about 5 quality pitches. No one of them is dominant, but the combination of them makes him very effective.
Yeah, then there's somebody like Jamie Moyer that even when you look for a changeup, he's got about 4 different speed changeups.
Yeah.
So he'll change speeds on you when you're looking for a changeup.
Right at first with 2 down. Valentin hit a fly ball to right his first time up. Now the pitch, a curveball low.
I heard 2 great descriptions of pitching for a guy who is a finesser, and Warren Spahn, even though he was a great pitcher, he had a terrific screwball, but he said the art of hitting is timing, the art of pitching is upsetting the timing, and Sandy Koufax said the art of pitching was instilling fear in the hitter. With Sandy's stuff, you can understand that.
Well, Supon would be more the former than the latter with his stuff. 1-0 the count as Valentin waits. And the pitch, a breaking ball pulled foul, 1-1.
I remember a guy named Mike Boddicker that was a right-hander. He was quoted as saying one time, another key is even if the hitter is looking for a curveball, throw him a curveball at different speeds. Some guys, a guy like Messina's got a couple of different curveballs that, he can vary the speed on it.
Supon with the ball in his bare hand behind his back as he looks into Molina. Valentin settles back into the box. A 1-1 tie. The Mets are batting here in the bottom of the 4th of Game 7. Supon sets. And the pitch to Valentin, yanked deep but foul down the right side, out in front of that inside fastball. The count is 1-2.
Valentin's had some pretty good swings tonight. We documented he has 4 lifetime homers against Jeff Supon, but he's had a fly ball. He hit first time up. He had a good swing yet. He had a good swing right there. I think you got to get something going down. Maybe come back with a curveball or the changeup here. Something off speed, because he's on the fastball.
Eddie Chavez on deck should the inning continue. Supon ahead of Valentin, a ball and 2 strikes. Albert Pujols is holding on David Wright at first. There are 2 outs in the inning as Valentin steps out for a moment.
Looked to me like Molina wanted to come back in with a fastball, and I'm not quite sure that's the right pitch.
Now they've got their sign. And the 1-2, a breaking ball that bounces in, and it came up and hit Valentin in the side of the face, I think.
Yeah, it did. He reacted immediately. So, once the umpires get together on this, he's going to go to first base.
It bounced way out in front of the plate, and because of all the spin on it, it really kicked up high, and it hit him right in the side of the face.
Yeah, Fielding Culbreth, the third base umpire, came walking down and said, yes, send him to first base. That's when the umpires get together, but it was so obvious, he grabbed his face right away.
Trainer and Willie Randolph have come out to take a look at Valentin. He's okay, so he'll make his way down to first. Wright has advanced to second. That was crazy. A pitch that bounces out in front of the plate, came right up and hit him in the side of the chin, and Valentin, grimacing, looked at Tim Welke and just said, it hit me in the mouth. Welke couldn't see it, but got some help, and the right call was made. And again, you said this repeatedly, this group of umpires has had a great series so far. There have not been any controversies. Here's Endy Chavez. First and second, 2 down. The Mets trying to break the tie. And the pitch from Supon, a fastball fouled back. Chavez has been a little over anxious at the plate in recent games, chasing high fastballs, and all he's doing is popping them up or fouling them back.
Yeah, Supon had really not made a bad delivery in the game, in my opinion, but for whatever reason, he held on to that curveball he threw Valentin, and that was the ultimate 50-footer.
Roland a step behind the baseline at third. Pujols very deep at first. The outfielders, at least in center and left, are shading toward the left field line against Chavez. The 0-1 and a swing and a high fly ball into right center, not deep at all. Edmonds is there, calling off Encarnacion. He'll make the catch, and the Mets will leave 2 men on. Joe D is on deck with a Sports Center endgame. We're through 4 at Shea, and it's all tied up at 1. The 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone, continues after these messages from your local station.
Southside Collision, located at 206 North Young Street, US 1 Ormond Beach, is your one-stop for expert auto body repair and color matching. At Southside Collision, we have personal service with pride and quality in our work. And remember, we beat higher dealer costs with quick turnarounds to get you back on the road faster. Ask about our senior discounts. That's Southside Collision, 206 North Young Street, US 1 Ormond Beach. Call 615-6266.
For all your roofing needs, it's Halifax Roofing, providing complete roofing services for your condo, home, or business with the best warranty in the business. Halifax Roofing has got you covered. From tile, shingle, asphalt, and hot tar, and specializing in custom metal roofs. Call Halifax Roofing today for a free estimate, 788-8191. For professional, friendly, and affordable service, it's Halifax Roofing, 788-8191.
Jody Ambrosio with the Sports Center in-game, brought to you by the National Association of Realtors. While the Cardinals and Mets slug it out in Game 7, the Tigers continue to tune up for Game 1 of the World Series Saturday night. Manager Jim Leyland doesn't think the length of the NLCS will adversely affect its winner.
I don't think it means anything at this time of the year, whether we got rest day then. Whoever comes here tomorrow is going to be all pumped up because they're the National League champion. They're in the World Series, and this time of year, all teams go on adrenaline. That's not going to have any bearing on anything.
Our broadcast of Game 1 of the series starts at 7:35 Eastern Saturday night. Yankees' Jason Giambi underwent surgery to repair a torn tendon in his left wrist. Chicago Bears safety Mike Brown placed on IR. His season's over. NBA Dallas Mavs Josh Howard agrees to a 4-year contract extension worth $40 million. And Tony La Russa's friend Bob Knight agrees to a contract extension at Texas Tech through 2012. It's a pitcher's duel. Game 5 of the NLCS tied at 1 back to Shea Stadium. Dan Schulman and Dave Campbell.
All right, Joe D., thank you very much. A 1-1 ties. You said to go into the 5th. Ronnie Belliard, Jeff Supon, and David Eckstein. Coming up against Oliver Perez. Belliard with a bunt and an RBI. A sacrifice, pushed it out towards second, brought Edmonds home from third, credited with a sacrifice as Molina advanced to second, something Belliard did on his own. Did a good job of it, and that's how the Cardinals have gotten their run tonight. The Mets got their run in the bottom of the 1st on a 2-out RBI single by David Wright. Belliard hitting .227 in the series. And the pitch from Perez, a slider in at the knees for a strike. And Oliver Perez has been very good here tonight. As you said earlier, Willie Randolph has to be thrilled with what he's gotten so far, given Perez's stats during the year, and also given the fact he's on 3 days rest. The 0-1 is low. We've done every Met playoff game that there's been, Soup, in the playoffs this year. There have been times, even in a 1-1 tie or something like that, where Willie Randolph's had the bullpen going at this point, but it's quiet now because he's obviously confident in what Perez is doing. The 1-1, a slider and a big swing and a miss. 1-2 on Belliard.
I don't know if we should mention that, but there is a developing situation in the weather front. So if that happens, it would definitely favor the Mets, because I don't think the Cardinals want to go to their bullpen in the 6th inning or so, 5th or 6th inning, and there is some rain not too far away.
The 1-2 to Belliard, another slider, and he pulls it past a diving Reyes into left field, a base hit. So Belliard is second productive at the bat. He's aboard to lead off the 5th, and now Supon will be up to bunt.
Well, that's a good job by Ronnie to get on base for Supon, and that may get the bullpen going. We'll see.
Supon, as we mentioned earlier, has done a very nice job the last couple of years handling the bat. Hit .218 during the season, and he had 9 sacrifices. In on the grass at third is right. Delgado was holding on Belliard as Supon squares, and he pushes the bunt up the first baseline. Delgado's got it, and he'll feed Valentin covering. 3-4 on the putout. Sacrifice for Supon. Belliard to second.
Well, even though it's the opposition, I'm sure there's somebody sitting in that Mets dugout named Tom Glavine that nods with approval of a well-done job by Jeff Supon. That was a terrific bunt.
So a runner at second with 1 out as they go back to the top of the lineup for David Eckstein, who's 1 for 2. He doubled his last time up. He homered off Perez back in Game 4. Mentioned it before the game, Eckstein is really banged up. The shoulder and the fingers, especially the shoulder. That's the biggest problem. A look back by Perez, and Eckstein takes the pitch low. And Tony La Russa, he put Eckstein in the lineup, but he wasn't 100% certain he wasn't going to have to make a change and maybe sub in Aaron Miles for this game. Perez sets and checks the runner. And the 1-0, a slider for a strike.
Sandy, just in case people wonder why I mentioned Tom Glavine, of all active major leaguers, he has more than 200 sacrifice bunts, the leader, and he knows a good bunt when he sees one, and that was a great bunt by Supon.
Right, a step inside the bag at third. Looking at the hitter, looking at the runner. Now takes a couple of steps in closer to Eckstein, who takes outside of ball 2. You know, when we talked to Tony La Russa before the game about his lineup, you know, why'd you put this guy in, why'd you leave that guy out? La Russa was talking about the options, and he said, but you know what? I really like my bench tonight, which is not something you normally hear a major league manager say, especially with Game 7 on the horizon. The 2-1. And a swing and a fly ball hit down the left field line. Racing over toward the line is Chavez in foul territory up against the seats. He can't make the catch. Looked like he tried to reach into the first row to make the catch. Didn't really have enough time to set up underneath it. And he couldn't quite get his glove on it. Just grazed off the edge of his glove. And the count is 2-2.
Well, we'll see if that is a important play in this game. Andy had it just in the webbing of his glove, a very tip, and it bounced out. David Eckstein hit a home run against Perez in the last game, and it looked like he had a pitch to do something with there.
Roberto Hernandez starting to throw in the pen for the Mets, and a very light rain beginning to fall here at Shea. The 2-2, and Eckstein gets hit on the foot. A slider down and in that hits Eckstein on the foot. Belliard will remain at second. Eckstein, who's already black and blue all over, walks down to first base.
Well, if cold helps injuries, then David Eckstein, if the Cardinals win, will enjoy Detroit because it'll be very cold. I'm just being facetious. That ball hit him in the foot. He's Willie Randolph going out to the mound right now, and he may be buying a little time. Remember, I told you that the key to this game may be if the Cardinals can get Albert Pujols in a situation where he might be able to hit with the bases loaded and 1 out. At that point, the Mets couldn't pitch around him. Well, Preston Wilson, if he could get on, that would be the scenario.
Interesting that Willie Randolph went out. He was only out on the mound for about 3 seconds. Said whatever he wanted to say to Oliver Perez and then jogged back to the dugout. Normally, Rick Peterson goes out for the pep talk, and Willie Randolph goes out for the changes. First and second, 1 out. Preston Wilson takes a slider over the outside corner for a strike. The Cardinals and the Mets are tied at 1 here in the top of the 5th. The Cardinals have 4 base hits. The Mets just 2. The Mets have committed the only error of the night, but it did not figure into the scoring. At second is Belliard. At first is Eckstein. And the 0-1 to Wilson. A fastball swung on and missed. 0-2. Tony La Russa said he just had a feeling about Preston Wilson tonight that he'd run into one. That he was all fired up to play in this game, even though he had such bad career numbers against Perez. And he has struck out in both at-bats so far tonight. And he's in an 0-2 hole right here.
Even if Perez gets Preston, they may bring Hernandez for Albert.
A look back by Perez in the 0-2. A fastball swung on and missed. He strikes him out for the 3rd time. Now here's Pujols. Albert has reached on an error and been intentionally walked. And now they really don't have much choice but to pitch to him.
Oh, he got an open base.
It just so happens to be 3rd.
I'll tell you what, there's some managers that might walk him. He has not swung the bat that well in this series. But this is an opportunity for Albert. He's been waiting for this the entire series.
The rain continues to fall. Not that hard. First and second, 2 down. And the pitch from Perez, and a fastball is fouled back into the upper deck, 0-1.
Willie's heart's in his throat right now. He's going with his gut feeling. Albert Pujols lives for these moments.
Tied at 1. The Cardinals batting in the 5th inning. Pujols hitting .321, 1 homer, 1 RBI in the NLCS. Perez sets. And the 0-1, a fastball swung on and hit high in the air to very shallow left. Reyes, the shortstop, is back, and he'll make the catch to win the inning. What a big out for Oliver Perez and the New York Mets. Going to the bottom of the fifth, we're all tied up at 1. You're listening to the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
Hey guys, whether you're big or tall, you know how hard it is to find clothes you like and that fit right. Check out the men's store inside JCPenney, where you'll find a tremendous selection of the right looks in your size. And now through this Wednesday, the entire stock of men's big and tall sport shirts, sweaters, and fleece are 40 to 50% off. So stop by the men's store inside JCPenney, where they make it easy to get in, find it, and get out. It's all inside the men's store inside JCPenney. See store for details. Sale ends on Wednesday, October 25th.
I hear you got a new car.
Yeah, I got it for a good price.
What kind is it?
Dunno.
What color?
No idea.
4-door or 2-door?
Haven't a clue. But hey, I got it for a good price.
Buying a car on price alone doesn't make much sense, so why buy car insurance that way? At Progressive Direct, we provide rates from other top companies plus 20 facts and figures, so you can compare on more than just price. Visit Progressive.com or call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE. Progressive Direct Insurance Company and its affiliates, Mayfield Village, Ohio. Available in most states and situations.
AOL users, now you can keep your AOL email address for free. Bring it with you to Net Zero and save almost $200 a year. With AOL's recent decision to let you keep your email address for free, you can get your email from AOL and your internet access from Net Zero. Net Zero is only $9.95 a month. That's less than half the price of AOL. And Net Zero ranks higher in customer satisfaction. So why wouldn't you do it? Take 2 minutes now and download Net Zero. Call 1-800-NET-ZERO or visit netzero.com.
Want to get to the next level of your career? Earn a bachelor's or master's degree at University of Phoenix. It's education designed for busy working adults. In most cases, you can earn your degree in 2 to 3 years. At over 170 campuses, they offer programs in business, technology, nursing, education, and more. Call University of Phoenix at 1-800-853-4433. Offer not valid in Tennessee. Programs vary by campus. That's 1-800-853-4433.
Fifth inning at Shea, the rain continues to fall, and according to the radar that we were looking at here in the booth, it's expected to intensify as well. So that's a developing story. Oliver Perez is a developing story. The 3-game winner during the regular season has thrown 5 very strong innings, giving up just 1 run. Remember, he's on short rest. He's thrown 76 pitches so far, and Willie Randolph likes the way he's throwing so much that he's going to let him hit in the bottom of the 5th inning, so he's going to be back out there for the 6th. Tied at 1 here in Game 7. Perez flied out his first time up. The pitch from Jeff Supon is in for a strike. Supon has now thrown 55 pitches. He's got a nice low pitch count. He's a workhorse. He's on regular rest. The 0-1, a curveball outside.
I think Tony La Russa, and again, managers have to say certain things. I think he's got a lot of confidence in Josh Kinney, maybe Randy Flores for an out or two, and Adam Wainwright. The rest of his pen, I don't think so.
Now the pitch to Perez, swung on, line to left field. Going back is Preston Wilson to make the catch, as Perez Soup hits the ball pretty hard for the 2nd time in a row.
Yep. But the reason I say that is not because of Jeff Supon's pitch count. It's that if we have a heavy rain and there's a long delay, then Tony would have to go to his bullpen more than likely if there was a delay of an hour or more, and then I think that would really favor the Mets.
Soup, another big problem for the Cardinals, their lack of clutch hitting. We mentioned they were at 196 with the runners in scoring position in this series coming into tonight. Just going through the scorecard quickly, unofficially, I've got them at 0 for 5 tonight.
Yeah, and Albert had 2 pitches to hit. He can't complain about it. He has not swung the bat that well in this series, even though he's had some hits.
Here's Jose Reyes, 0 for 2, a ground out and a fly ball. He runs up to bunt, pulls the bat back, and takes a pitch at the knees for a strike. Supon and Perez here to Game 7. Supon off the back of the mound to the rosin bag for just a moment. Now back up on the mound as Reyes steps back in. Roland, as always, away in on the grass. Pujols even with the bag at first. The 0-1 to Reyes, and a swing and a fly ball left center. Jim Edmonds drifting back into the alley, sets up underneath it and makes the catch, and just like that, there are 2 outs. And boy, when you can keep Reyes off the base paths, you are doing yourself a lot of good if you're Jeff Supon.
Oh, Laduka has hit a couple of ground balls to Scott Roland tonight. One of the things that this rain does is on a grass cutter, a ground ball that gets a lot of the grass, it really creates a bit of a throwing problem for infielders. We'll see if that comes into play at any time tonight. Bouncing balls usually don't have enough chance to pick up moisture, but if it's a grass cutter or a bunt, it's going to get a lot of water on it. It's a tougher to throw.
Here's Laduka, 0 for 2 on ground balls to third. 2 outs, nobody on, tied at 1 in the bottom of the 5th here in Game 7. And the Supon offering is there at the belt for a strike, and Laduka is going to have a word with Tim Welke about the strike zone. The Mets with only 2 hits tonight, and they both came back in the first. A 2-out opposite field double by Carlos Beltran. And then after a walk to Delgado, Beltran scored on a bloop single by David Wright. The 0-1, and Laduka bounces one foul up the third base line, 0-2. So Supon, who went 8 innings in Game 3, 8 shutout innings, and he gave up only 3 hits, has gone 4 2/3 in this game, allowing just 1 run on 2 hits. 0-2 the count on Laduka. And the pitch, and a swing and a bouncer foul. You know, if the Cardinals win this series, one of our jobs, as you know, is to cast a vote for MVP. You look up and down the lineup, nobody jumps out at you. If Supon wins this game, I think he'd be the obvious candidate for that.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt.
Yeah, I don't know who else it could be on St. Louis.
Plus, it'd be so Taguchi if he got another big hit.
You know what? You got a point. Again, the 0-2, and it's outside. Chad Bradford has now started throwing in the pen for the Mets.
Maybe Willie left Perez in because he was swinging the bat so well. He had 2 bullets tonight.
Beltran on deck should the inning continue. 1-2 the count on Laduka. Supon winds and works, and the pitch bounced foul. Jammed him with a fastball, and Laduka pulls it over near the Cardinal dugout.
I was thinking of another left-handed pitcher from Mexico by the name of Fernando Valenzuela that was a heck of a hitter. In fact, he's a heck of a trivia question. He had more at-bats against Nolan Ryan without a strikeout than any player in Major League history. He had 12 at-bats against him and never struck out.
Again, the 1-2 offering from Jeff Supon, and Laduka hits the ball high in the air to deep left center field. Wilson and Edmonds are both back. They come together and collide. One of them's got the baseball. I don't know which one, and Edmonds is shaken up.
Remember, Edmonds has got a bad foot, and I think Wilson stepped on him. And Preston's got to get out of the way there and let Jim Edmonds have that ball.
We get a look at the replay, and I'll be honest with you, I still don't know who's got the ball. Wilson caught the ball to end the inning. Both of them hobbling a little bit as they come off the field. We are through 5 in the rain at Shea, tied at 1 here in Game 7. You're listening to the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
It's here at Ford and Lincoln Mercury dealerships. The Right Now factory authorized service event with special offers on tires, brakes, batteries, and more. Right now, buy 4 select Goodyear tires and get an iTunes gift card valued from $50 to $100 or an iPod Nano. Genuine parts and service at Ford and Lincoln Mercury dealerships. Hurry, it all ends soon. Call 1-877-310-3673 or see participating dealer for details through 11/30/06.
The Office Depot 20th anniversary event, and we have great deals to celebrate. This week only, Office Depot has incredible savings on paper throughout the store, like 20% off a 10-ream case of Office Depot brand white copy paper. This is the last week of the Office Depot 20th anniversary event, so hurry in and celebrate the savings. In store only while supplies last.
Experience the acclaimed Bose Wave music system. It's elegantly small, with sound that brings new life to music. Forbes FYI says it sounds like a system that costs 5 times more. David Novak, the gadget guy, adds it can easily replace whatever component system you currently have. And it's available with an optional multi-CD changer that lets you enjoy your music for hours on end. Call 1-800-611-1617 to order the Wave music system today. Better yet, order it with the easy-to-use multi-CD changer. An excitement guarantee gives you 30 days to try them together risk-free. Be sure to ask about the Bose payment plan that lets you make convenient monthly payments using your own major credit card with no interest charges from Bose. Order now and shipping is free. The Wave music system and multi-CD changer from Bose, the most respected name in sound. Call 1-800-611-1617. That's 1-800-611-1617.
Go to the top of the 6th inning in a light but steady rain here at Shea Stadium. The Cardinals and the Mets are tied at 1 here in a Game 7 of the NLCS. Dan Shulman and Dave Campbell with you on ESPN Radio. Oliver Perez will face Juan Encarnacion, Jim Edmonds, and Scott Roland here in the 6th inning with activity in the Met bullpen. Edmonds a little shaken up. Preston Wilson stepping on his foot on that fly ball, but they both, after limping a little, both jogged off the field under their own power. The pitch to Encarnacion, a fastball on the inside corner with the knees, 0-1. Encarnacion is flied out and grounded into a double play so far tonight. 1 run, 4 hits for the Cardinals, 1 run, 2 hits, and an error for the Mets. The chant of "Let's Go Mets" begins here at Shea Stadium. The 0-1 to Encarnacion, a slider in the dirt.
Danny, I think one of the reasons Bradford's getting loose is that Willie Randolph saw those swings that Roland had finally against Oliver Perez last time up. Roland's got big numbers against him. He ripped 2 balls in the corner foul and then just missed a 3rd one. And if there's a man on base, I suspect we see Bradford, who's handled Roland pretty well in the series.
A ball and a strike on Encarnacion, the right fielder. The pitch from Perez, a slider in the dirt. That ball came up and hit Laduka in the throat. It hit the dirt and then bounced up and wedged itself right under the mask of Laduka between his chin and his chest. And he's in a little bit of discomfort. Delgado's going to go to the mound to talk to Perez ostensibly, but really what he's doing is buying some time for Laduka, who's standing behind the plate, puts the mask back on, and appears to be okay.
Well, he's got that, looks like he's got that little billy goat thing on his mask. It's supposed to protect against that, but it's still got under there.
2-1 the count as Laduka crouches back behind the plate. Perez nods in agreement with his catcher, rocks into the windup, and deals. And a fastball bounce to third, right at David Wright. Couple of steps in, he'll throw to first, 1 down.
I was just thinking back to 2004, Jeff Supon dueling Roger Clemens in Game 7, that one in St. Louis, and Scott Roland had the big hit, a 2-run homer in the 7th inning. Albert Pujols had tied the game with a double, and Roland had that home run.
Now with 1 out, nobody on in the Cardinals 6th, here's Jim Edmonds. He singled and scored in the 2nd, flied out to left in the 4th. Wright comes in even with a bag at third. Delgado's backed up at first. They play him to pull a little bit on the infield and straight away in the outfield. Perez working from the third base side of the rubber. He winds and works, and a fastball's over the outside corner for a strike. And Edmonds all night long has been talking about that outside corner with Tim Welke. Didn't like a couple of sliders that were called strikes in the 4th, and didn't like that fastball that was called for a strike here. He steps back in with an 0-1 count. And the pitch to Perez, a slider low, 1-1.
I think Jimmy's got one thought in mind right here. I think he's looking middle in, and he wants to try to give the Cardinals a 2-1 lead. So he doesn't want anything on that outer part of the plate. He had a fastball ripped for a single first time up. Second time up, Perez kept it away from him.
Laduka set up right over the heart of the plate here for the 1-1, and it's a fastball way inside, ball 2.
Well, again, Willie Randolph brought in Bradford last night to pitch to Roland. Got a double play ball out of him. The only negative is Scott's a pretty good low ball hitter right now. So if Bradford were to make a mistake, but he didn't make a mistake last night. He made quality pitches on Roland.
Now the 2-1 on the way, and a slider is in for a strike. Edmonds thought about swinging, checked it, but took a strike. 2-2 the count as they get back on their feet again at Shea.
Well, that was one of those pitches. If Jimmy Edmonds were sitting on slider, it might have been a home run, but 2-1, he was sitting fastball.
Now 2-2. A 1-1 tie here in the top of the 6th inning of Game 7. And time called just as Perez begins his motion. Crowd didn't like how late time was given there. And Perez will step off the back of the mound for a moment as Edmonds steps back in. Wright has backed up now with the count 2-2 on Edmonds. Now Perez looking into Laduka. And the 2-2 pitch, a slider outside, full count.
Well, I think Jimmy's going to sit fastball again. I think Perez is going to throw him a slider, so we'll see what develops.
Edmonds adjusts the batting gloves as he steps out for a moment. Perez looking down at his shoes as he gets his thoughts in order before setting his sights on his catcher. Now the 3-2 pitch on the way. And a fastball is hit out of play left side. A low fastball that Edmonds popped out of play down the left field line. Edmonds has been fighting off some tough pitches. Had a solid base hit his first time up tonight. He looked pretty comfortable at the plate tonight.
Edmonds and Pujols, two hitters with the same ilk from the standpoint. Either one of them takes a stride. They just kind of move their foot but never take a stride.
3-2. Perez battling Edmonds, and now Perez asks Laduka for a fresh set of signs. So Laduka waits. Edmonds steps back in. Laduka flashes the signs again and then slides to the outside. The 3-2, a fastball way outside, ball 4. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
You're on Daytona's Sports Source, 1380 WELE, Ormond Beach, Florida.
As we bring you back to Shea, Willie Randolph has come out to the mound with a runner at first, 1 out. The Cardinals batting in the 6th, the 1-1 tie. Has not made the move yet, has not taken the ball yet. He's having a conversation with Perez, and he's going to leave the left-hander in there. He is showing a lot of confidence in a guy who was 3-13 with a 6.55 ERA during the regular season. And so far, Oliver Perez has rewarded Randolph for his confidence by pitching a heck of a game.
Well, Willie says he manages by instinct and feel. We'll see. Got away last inning pitching to Albert Pujols. Got to pop out. Let's see if he's got that Riverboats gambler's edge again here.
Roland is 0 for 2 tonight. And the pitch, a swing and a fly ball to left field. Going back is Andy Chavez. He jumps at the fence and he caught it. He brought back a home run. The relay to first base, and they double off the runner. Andy Chavez with a remarkable catch to rob Scott Roland of a home run. And the Mets have streamed out of their dugout to high-five Chavez on his way back to the dugout. What a remarkable catch by Andy Chavez. On that note, we will go to the bottom of the 6th, still tied at 1. You're listening to the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
Hey there, this is your old biker pal, Smokey. I wanted to let you know about the great folks at Geico. Their motorcycle insurance covers most kinds of bikes, and they have money-saving discounts. I also wanted to let you know that my voice is this deep because of all the bugs I've swallowed out on the open road. And finally, I want to let you know that I've decided to start dating again. Well, see you later.
For a free rate quote, visit geico.com or call 1-800-44-CYCLE. Geico Motorcycle Insurance. Let's ride.
When I'm at the ballpark, I just can't resist the food. I mean, the peanuts, the popcorn, sometimes a slice of pizza, and you can't watch a game without a hot dog. That's just un-American. So I always pack my Pepsi Complete to relieve my ballpark heartburn, because Pepsi Complete starts to work in seconds. So the heartburn is out of here, and it lasts for a whole ball game. Even more perfect for a doubleheader. Hey, are you going to eat those nachos?
Please don't make me decorate this weekend.
Fine. No decorating this weekend.
Really?
Sure. Monday will be just fine.
Oh, man, I knew it.
It's the October savings event at Sherwin-Williams. This Thursday through Monday, save 25% on paints and stains and 15% on Duration Premium coatings. Save an extra 10% on custom order wallpaper and get free shipping, too. Hurry, sale ends Monday, October 23rd.
Ask Sherwin-Williams.
For locations, visit sherwinwilliams.com. Some exclusions apply.
Jody Ambrosio in the Baseball Tonight studio with the results of the AutoZone poll question brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. 43% of the respondents think Carlos Delgado will be in the zone tonight. 23% picked Albert Pujols. 17% with Oliver Perez. 16% with Jeff Supon. Andy Chavez was in the O-Zone to bring that one back. Let's go back to Shea Stadium. Here's Dan Shulman and Dave Campbell.
Joe D, and I think this needs to be said for folks who may be driving and have not obviously had a chance to see that, and they will see this tonight on SportsCenter or Baseball Tonight. If this were the middle of May and you saw that catch, you would turn to the person beside you and you would say, that's one of the best catches I've ever seen in my life. Given the situation, it may be the most extraordinary catch that you will ever see. Chavez raced back to the fence, barely had time to plant. His elbow was at the top of the fence, reached way up above, and brought back a home run. Carlos Beltran leads off the inning and takes a strike. And just for a little bit extra, there was a bit of a snow cone going there as the ball almost popped out of his glove, but he managed to squeeze it as he landed back down on the track. The 0-1, and Beltran pops one up, third base side over near the dugout and back out of play, 0-2.
Well, there's been some brilliant catches in postseason, and this one's right up there amongst the all-timers. Tommy Agee in 69, Al Gianfrido in 47, Devon White with the Toronto Blue Jays had an unbelievable catch. There have been some sensational catches. Sandy Amoroso was glorified in the 55 World Series, but this was a whole lot better catch than that.
Beltran 1 for 2. We're tied at 1 in the bottom of the 6th in the rain here at Shea. The fans went nuts after Chavez caught that ball. And when he got back to the dugout, they just went crazy for him. The 0-2 is down and in. Between innings, they showed the replay a couple of times on the giant video scoreboard here in left center. And what a roar there was in this stadium when they showed it for the first time. Tied at 1, 6th inning. The 1-2 to Beltran. A swing and a bouncer hit weakly to the first base side of the mound. Supon off the mound to play it on to Pujols for the first out.
This is when you're going to need some extreme resolve if you're a St. Louis Cardinal. I mean, you had a chance last inning with Albert Pujols. He pops up. I thought Willie Randolph made a mistake leaving Oliver Perez to pitch to Scott Roland. Roland hit the ball over the fence. Only the brilliance of Andy Chavez has kept this from being a 3-1 game. But right now, Willie's making all the moves, and they're all coming up for him. But, he keeps playing with fire. Sooner or later, it's going to get burned.
Well, one other thing we should have mentioned briefly is starting in the 9th inning last night and going through that last at-bat, Scott Roland's getting closer. He is starting to swing the bat a whole lot better. Whether it's going to be enough or help them in the long run, who knows? Carlos Delgado, the batter, and he takes high ball 1.
Well, I made the comment back when he popped out in the 4th inning with the 2 long balls that just missed homers. I said that could be the at-bat that turned things around for him, and it did, except for somebody named Andy Chavez.
Just about everybody's still standing at Shea. They haven't sat down since Chavez made that catch. Breaking ball to Delgado is in for a strike, 1-1. Delgado has walked in each of his 2 plate appearances tonight. The Mets have only 2 hits. They don't have a hit since the 1st inning. This stadium is still buzzing about that catch. We told you how much Willie Randolph likes Chavez and what a super sub he's been, filling in for the injured Cliff Floyd in this series. And he made, indisputably, one of the best catches in postseason history. 1-1 as Delgado steps out.
I mean, this was a line drive, too, folks. It wasn't a fly ball that he had a lot of chance. He took off about 3/4 of the way into the warning track and slammed up against the wall with his glove extended over.
The 1-1 way up and in on Delgado for ball 2.
And if you'd seen the ball when he came down, the ball was sticking halfway out of the webbing of his glove. And when he slammed against the wall, I'm just surprised the force of that didn't cause the ball to come out. And then they got the double play as Edmonds was all the way around second base.
7-4-3 on the put out for the double play as Supon bounces in a curveball, and it's 3-1 on Delgado. And Supon has not appeared to be very interested in pitching to Delgado here tonight.
Nope, it's either I'm either going to make a perfect pitch or I'm going to walk him, but that could come back to haunt him as well because David Wright is due.
The Mets got their run in the first. The Cardinals got theirs in the second. We're now in the bottom of the sixth as the rain continues to fall steadily, not too heavy though. A 1-1 tie here in Game 7. The 3-1 pitch to Delgado over the outside corner for a strike. And if there has been a complaint with Tim Welke's strike zone tonight, it's been over the outside corner to the left-handed hitters. A couple of them on each team have argued some calls. Delgado steps back in. He thought he had drawn his third walk. Now he asks for time as he examines his bat for a moment. Now back into the box. Taps the plate and sets his sights on Supon. The full count pitch and a check swing on a fastball high for ball 4. Third walk tonight issued to Delgado, the only 3 walks that Supon has had.
No, I just thought of a shameless promo for the company. Indy may win an ESPY.
He may.
That play.
He certainly got himself a web gem. We know that much. Here's David Wright, an RBI single and a fielder's choice. Runner at first, 1 out, and a 1-1 tie in the bottom of the 6th. And it's funny how the October spotlight can shine on some unlikely candidates at times, whether it's a So Taguchi, a Scott Spezio, an Endy Chavez. Supon straightens up with a sign. And the pitch to Wright, a swing and a miss, 0-1. Looked like a slider there from Supon that dove down and out of the strike zone, and Wright swung over the top of it. Supon at 76 pitches through 5 1/3. All is quiet in the Cardinal pen. Continuous activity in the Met pen as Bradford continues to throw. The 0-1 to Wright is low, a ball and a strike.
Well, again, turning a double play with this field getting wetter and wetter, depending on how the ball's hit. If it's a bounder, it's not too bad. If it's one that's soaking up a lot of moisture, it can make the ball a little slippery.
About half the fans, it appears, here at Shea standing. The other half sitting right now. 1-1, a swing and a weak ground ball to the left side of the infield. Charging Roland. His only play to first, and he throws it into the seats. And as you said, the wet baseball comes back to haunt them. Roland, a 6-time Gold Glover, picked up the ground ball and airmailed it 10 feet over the head of Pujols into the seats. And instead of getting it out, they get nobody, and the Mets will have runners at second and third with 1 out.
Well, that ball was a jam job, and it rolled very slowly, and it was picking up moisture all the way. You think Scott Roland will make an excuse? No. I'll make it for him. The ball was drenched.
Now the infield is forced to come in for the Cardinals. Second and third, 1 out. Sean Green will be the batter, and they're going to put him on. They're going to walk Green and load the bases and set up a force at the plate and a double play for Jose Valentin.
Well, it's such a fine line between hero and goat. Scott Roland looks like he's got a go-ahead 2-run homer, only to have Chavez rob him blind. And then he gets a ball that snow cones. He snow cones it in his hand, doesn't get a grip on it, and airmails Albert Pujols by 15 feet into the seats.
So Delgado is at third. Wright is at second. And there's ball 4 outside to Green as he'll head down to first. 1 out in the inning. A 1-1 tie in the bottom of the 6th. Dave Duncan, the pitching coach, to the mound to talk to Supon about how to attack Jose Valentin.
Well, Valentin, good fastball hitter. He's showing a tendency to chase breaking balls. Supon tried to get him on a breaking ball last time, but bounced one and it hit Valentin in the chin.
Valentin has not had a lot of hits in the series, but he's had 2 big ones. Had a 3-run double in Game 4 when the Mets got 6 runs in the 6th to blow that game open. And then he had a 2-run double in Game 5, although that was all the offense the Mets had in that game, and they lost it. pretty good atmosphere, huh?
Well, not too shabby.
Over 56,000 are here at Shea. Their team came home down 3-2. They won last night. Now they've got a chance to take the lead in the 6th inning of Game 7. The bullpen for the Cardinals remains quiet. Delgado at third, Wright at second, Green at first. Roland even with the bag, but way off the line at third. Eckstein over near the bag at second. Belliard playing Valentin to pull. Pujols playing deep behind the runner at first. Valentin steps in. Supon works from the stretch. And the pitch. A check swing on a cutter inside, ball 1.
Danny, all three outfielders have pretty good arms. On a medium fly ball, Carlos Delgado, a very slow runner. So if it's not deep enough, they would have a shot at Delgado at the plate.
Encarnacion is playing quite a bit deeper. He plays a deep right field, and he's quite a bit deeper than Edmonds in center or Wilson in left. 1-0 the count. And the pitch to Valentin, a swing and a foul back. He went after a fastball at the belt, maybe a little above, and he fouls it back 1-1.
That was the same kind of swing that Scott Roland had last night in the 1st inning against John Maine. Home run pitch. Roland didn't get it, nor did Valentin here.
The 6th inning may prove to be the pivotal inning in this game and in this series. The remarkable catch by Chavez to rob Roland of a 2-run homer. And then a Roland error setting up a potentially big inning for the Mets. 1-1 the count on Valentin. Supon deals, and a swing and a miss and a slow curve, 1-2.
Well, Scott Roland is praying for 2 things right here. One is for Supon to pick him up, and because of the competitive nature of Roland, he wants the ball hit to him again. He's not going to shy away from it, but he'd also love to see Supon strike out Valentin right here.
Roland stays in even with a bag with a 1-2 count on Valentin. His right foot is outside the batter's box, waiting for Supon to get back up on the rubber. Now Supon stares into Molina. Valentin waving the bat back and forth, and now Supon steps off and wants a fresh set of signs from his young catcher. Bases loaded, 1 out, tied at 1, bottom of the 6th. Everybody now standing at Shea. Supon straightens up with a sign. And the pitch, and a swing and a foul back, and a fastball in on the hands.
Well, what that tells you is Valentin is not going to look for the curveball. Supon threw a fastball in. If you're looking for the curveball, you can't hit that pitch. I think Supon's got to come back with a hook here.
Andy Chavez is on deck, and wouldn't it be something if he got a chance to be the hero offensively as well as defensively? Valentin settles in. Supon been at the waist for a long time, waiting for the sign he's looking for from Molina. And now just as he stands up or gets into the set position, Valentin asks for time. The winner will advance to play the Tigers in the World Series beginning Saturday night. These 2 teams are having to work awfully hard to decide who will face the Tigers, who will have been off almost a week. The 1-2 pitch, and a curveball swung on and missed. Supon gets Valentin for the 2nd out, and here comes the man of the moment, Andy Chavez. Listen to them chanting Andy here at Shea. Chavez has grounded out and flied out tonight. They don't care about that right now. They're still oohing and eyeing about that great catch in the top half of the inning. In his career, Chavez is now 5 for 19, a .261 average against Supon. Bases loaded, 2 outs, tie game. Can Supon wriggle off the hook? Michael Tucker's come out in the on-deck circle for Oliver Perez. Supon has his sign. And the first pitch to Chavez, a swing and a high fly ball to center. Routine for Jim Edmonds. 2 steps back. He's there, and the inning is over. The Mets miss a golden opportunity. They leave the bases loaded in the bottom of the 6th. Through 6, we are tied at 1. The 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone, continues after these messages from your local station.
Hey guys, whether you're big or tall, you know how hard it is to find clothes you like and that fit right. Check out the men's store inside JCPenney, where you'll find a tremendous selection of the right looks in your size. And now through this Wednesday, the entire stock of men's big and tall sports shirts, sweaters, and fleece are 40 to 50% off. So stop by the men's store inside JCPenney, where they make it easy to get in, find it, and get out. It's all inside the men's store inside JCPenney. See store for details. Sale ends on Wednesday, October 25th.
The following is an OnStar conversation.
OnStar, this is Susan.
I'm at a gas station in Austin, and my brother just called me, and he has locked himself out of my truck. I'm standing 200 miles away from him.
Can I have your 4-digit security PIN number?
507.
OnStar can send a signal to unlock your doors in most cases.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and send an unlock signal to the vehicle.
That's why I sold my Ford truck, and I bought a Denali and a Hummer.
Well, there you go.
The peace of mind OnStar offers is more affordable than you might think.
Your vehicle doors are unlocked now.
The doors are unlocked?
Yep.
Let me call the cell phone he called me on. Brett, they're unlocked? Okay. OnStar, I love you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for using OnStar.
The first year of OnStar service is included on new OnStar-equipped GM vehicles, and unlimited use of all safety and security services costs only $16.95 plus tax per month after that. To experience OnStar, press your blue button or visit OnStar.com. OnStar by GM.
Are you struggling with too much credit card debt, sky-high interest rates, having trouble just making the monthly minimums? We're Credit Card Relief. We've helped thousands of people become debt-free in months instead of years, all while saving thousands of dollars. The consultation is free and the relief is real. Call Credit Card Relief, 866-333-9191. That's 866-333-9191. Not available in all states.
Top of the seventh inning here at Shea. The rain continues to fall, maybe a little bit heavier right now. So we go to the seventh inning at a 1-1 tie, and out of the Met bullpen comes right-hander Chad Bradford. One last chance to revisit the great job Oliver Perez did tonight on short rest, 6 innings, 1 run on 4 hits. And I would imagine if the Mets go on to win, maybe a bottle of champagne for Andy Chavez to make that line look as good as it was. Bradford comes on for the 5th time of the series. He's yet to allow a run.
Well, speaking of bottles of champagne, if the Cardinals win, Scott Roland will have one in front of Jeff Supon's locker, too, because, you know, I mean, you're going to make errors, and under the circumstances with a wet ball, it's going to happen. But Supon struck out Valentine, got Chavez, and Scott Roland is the happiest Cardinal right this second.
Left-hander Pedro Feliciano is now starting to throw in the Met pen, and now a right-hander has gotten up alongside him. Might be Mota. As we go to the 7th, and Willie Randolph's going to start rolling out those relievers. He's got a deep and versatile pen. All is quiet in the Cardinal pen. Jeff Supon due up 3rd this inning. Tied at 1, top of the 7th. 4-2, the Cardinals out hitting the Mets. The Cardinals have left 5 on. The Mets have left 7. Yadier Molina leads off the inning, and he takes ball 1 from Bradford. Molina has singled and flied out. He is hitting .333 in this series. You can make a case that he's been the best Cardinal offensively, although Pujols is in that conversation as well. But Molina has driven in more runs. The 1-0, and it's inside. Ball 2. If you're Tony La Russa, at what point do you say, well, maybe I got to get Supon out of there if they got something going, or do you pinch run for Molina if he gets on? I mean, as Yogi said, it gets late early here.
Yeah, I think at this point, you know, if he's got something going, he may do it. He can use Kinney for 2 or Wainwright for 1. I think he can pull the trigger here if he's got something going.
Molina takes a strike, 2-1. Boy, did the Mets have an opportunity in the bottom of the 6th after the 1-out walk to Delgado. The error by Roland left runners at 2nd and 3rd. Green intentionally walked, but then Supon, nerves of steel, struck out of Valentine and got Chavez on a lazy fly ball. Bradford working over the mound a little bit. Again, the rain has been falling for about an hour now, and it's getting a little bit harder. The 2-1 to Molina, and a swing and a ball lashed foul down the left field line, 2-2.
That's the only problem with Bradford. If he leaves the ball a little up and middle in, Cardinals can really turn on him. But fortunately for Chad, the last couple of games, when he's done that, they've been hit foul. Roland had one the other night.
Fastball's only about 80 miles an hour for Bradford. He'll throw sinkers down and into the righties or sliders down and away. Submariner. And a pretty successful one at that in recent years. Now the 2-2 and a swing and a ball line foul into the seats down the left field line.
Yeah, that one there's nothing Molina can do but hit that one foul. So when he really gets it into their hands, but I was talking about 2 pitches he's left middle inside corner, and those are hittable.
After Molina, it'll be Belliard and then Supon. A run in the first for the Mets, a run in the second for the Cardinals. Now we're in the 7th here in Game 7. Molina waiting. And the 2-2 and a swing and a bouncer foul over near the third base dugout. All these pitches right in on Molina's hands.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping we'd get a good game in Game 7. This is terrific.
It has been fun. And again, when you get home, if you're listening to us in a car somewhere, you make sure you find that catch of Endy Chavez on SportsCenter or Baseball Tonight. It was something else. But then Chavez couldn't come up with a big hit to give the Mets the lead in the bottom of the 6th. The 2-2 is up and away. Full count now on Molina.
Another question. Molina gets on. Do you consider pinch running for him? He's such a weapon defensively, and Gary Bennett's not played in the entire series, but Molina runs like he's got a piano on his back.
Definitely something you got to consider. Bradford sets. And the 3-2 and a swing and a bouncer foul third base side again. Bradford is not leaving any of these pitches right over the plate. Everything's in on the hands of Molina.
Of course, your fastest runner over there is So Taguchi, but you really don't want to take him out and put him in as a pinch runner because you got the specter of Billy Wagner, and Taguchi has a homer and a double against Wagner in this series.
Aaron Miles would probably be the choice. Full count on Molina to lead off the 7th. The pitch, a swing and a fly ball to left field, right at Endy Chavez. He's there to make the catch, one down, as Molina didn't get enough of the one pitch that he saw that was right over the middle of the plate.
Might have been so inside conscious that he may have opened up a little soon and had the front shoulder going out, so he didn't have anything left to hack with.
Here's Ronnie Belliard, who's had a good night at the plate. He pushed a bunt toward Valentin, the second baseman, to bring Edmonds home with the Cardinal run back in the 2nd, a sacrifice and an RBI, and then he had a base hit to left in the 5th. And Supon is out in the on-deck circle as Belliard looks at a strike.
Well, if Belliard gets a double, that would be about the only thing Tony might think about hitting for Supon. If he gets a single, he'd have Supon bunt. If there's 2 outs, nobody on, I don't think he hits. So a double or a triple, then he might think about hitting somebody.
Right a step toward the line at third, playing behind the bag. The 0-1 to Belliard, a swing and a bouncer over the head of Bradford. Valentin, the second baseman, right from near the bag at second, will throw Belliard out. A good play by Valentin for the 2nd out.
Sure was, in between hops, and he got it on to Delgado. So Valentin, a good defensive play right there. And the Mets, came in. I mean, the Cardinals, it was all Cardinals with a great defense, but trust me, with that play Chavez made, and Valentin's been very steady at second base in this series as well.
Now Supon, who has struck out and sacrificed, a .218 hitter during the regular season. Right-handed batter. And the pitch from Bradford, a swing and a bouncer foul third base side. Just in case you're wondering, with this game tied right now, there have been 5 extra inning Game 7s in the history of baseball. The home team has won all 5. The last one, the most recent one, was the 2003 ALCS when Aaron Boone's home run won it for the Yankees over the Red Sox. The 0-1 to Supon, and a swing and a ground ball over the mound. Reyes, the shortstop, ranging to his left. The throw to first is just in time. Boy, I don't know if that ball got slippery on Reyes. There was not a lot on that throw, but it was just in time to get Supon and end the inning as the Cardinals go in order. In the middle of the 7th, it's St. Louis 1 and the Mets 1. You're listening to the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
Whether it's a double scoop of chocolate ice cream or a second hug from your little niece, 2 really is better than 1. That's why Econo Lodge and Roadway Inn Hotels are offering double stamps this fall with the Easy Choice Rewards program. That means free night in half the time. So take a trip or 2. Call 800-4-CHOICE or visit choicehotels.com for the best internet rate guaranteed. We'll see you there.
Earn 2 stamps per night for qualifying stays between 9/1 and 11/30/06. Maximum 10 stamps per stay. For details, visit choicehotels.com.
Let's say your team is in Atlanta, but Friday's the big game against San Francisco. Your scouts are everywhere, and you want those scouting reports in hand before you fly to the coast. What do? Simple. You make sure your organization has a Xerox multifunction system. That way, your critical stats can be scanned, emailed, printed, and shared well before anyone shouts, "Play ball!" Xerox MFPs. Whatever your game, they're really MVPs. To add this kind of multi-talent to your team, call 1-800-ASK-XEROX.
Prostate cancer. It's an important subject. Did you know there are more new cases of prostate cancer each year than any other cancer? That's why it's so important to get regular doctor checkups and ask about ways to reduce your risk of prostate cancer. You can also switch your multivitamin to One-A-Day Men's Health Formula, a complete multivitamin specially formulated with selenium, which emerging research suggests may help reduce the risk of prostate cancer. One-A-Day Men's is a proud sponsor of the Lance Armstrong Foundation. For more information on cancer survivorship, go to livestrong.org.
I'm Derek Jeter. When I was growing up, my parents and I would go to the schoolyard every weekend and play ball. They teach me how if I practiced and didn't give up, my swing could get better. That if I got in front of the ball and wasn't afraid, I could stop it. But there weren't any shortcuts to becoming a better player. But if I believed in myself, I could do it. Funny, all that time, I thought they were teaching me how to play baseball.
Helping your kids find a dream can help keep them off drugs. This message brought to you by Partnership for a Drug-Free America. Visit us at drugfreeamerica.org.
This is the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio.
And the pitch, a swing and a fly ball to left field. Going back is Andy Chavez. He jumps at the fence, and he caught it. He brought back a home run. The relay to first base, and they double off the runner. Andy Chavez with a remarkable catch to rob Scott Roland of a home run. Well, that guy sounded pretty excited about that play. That was some kind of catch, folks. Andy Chavez with his elbow at the top of the fence, getting that high above the fence, robbing Roland of what would have been, should have been a 2-run homer. The play of the series. I don't know how else you say it.
Yep. I've been trying to rack my brain for other great plays. Kirby Puckett's great catch in Game 6 in that 1991 fabulous series. Willie Mays back to the infield. 1954 certainly won, and you know, this is legendary. If the Mets go on, you can bet that that'll be on their highlight reel every time we come to Shea Stadium for the next 30 years.
Jeff Supon back in the mound for the bottom of the 7th. Michael Tucker is going to pinch hit for Chad Bradford to lead off the inning. He'll be followed by Jose Reyes and Paul Laduka. There is still, as far as we can see, no activity in the Cardinal pen. The rain continues to fall. It is a steady rain right now, and it is expected that it is going to continue to rain through the night and that it could get heavier as we move deeper into the night. All right, a bit of a delay to get this half inning started because of God Bless America, but now we're getting ready for baseball. Fans, become an ESPN Radio Insider. Download all of your favorite shows, Sports Center updates, and the best of ESPN Radio podcasts. Sign up for a free trial today at ESPNRadio.com. Tucker, left-hand hitting outfielder in last couple of years. Basically a pinch hitter, spent part of this season in the minors, in fact. He'll come up to bat for Bradford, leading off the 7th inning. In the series, Tucker is 2 for 4, all of the at-bats in a pinch hit capacity. The pitch from Supon, a curve in for a strike, 0-1. The Mets still do not have a hit since the first inning. They loaded the bases without the benefit of a hit in the 6th. The pitch to Tucker, and it's inside, 1-1. Tucker was part of a key sequence of events in Game 6 last night. He had a pinch hit single to left in the 7th, eventually stole second and scored on the Laduka base hit along with Reyes. And that 2-run single proved to be huge. 1-1, and Tucker fouls one off his right foot and crumples to the ground at the plate.
Well, I guarantee you that didn't feel good. And Tucker was also limping before the game tonight. When he stole second, Molina on a pitch out, threw it into center field, and we didn't think too much about it at the time, but then eventually Laduka knocks in 2 runs, and it turned out to be the 2 runs that decided the game. So Tucker, with a bad foot to begin with, is really starting to hobble around at the plate right now.
Soup Aaron Heilman has now started warming up in the Met bullpen. All is quiet still in the Cardinal pen. There's been nobody up at any time tonight for St. Louis, and now Tucker, still in some pain, is going to get a visit from the trainer near the plate.
I bet David Eckstein's got no sympathy for him whatsoever, standing out at short. He's got aches and pains in every part of his body.
Willie Randolph coming out. You ask Willie Randolph, how's this guy feel? What's the latest on that guy? He'll say, come on. It's October. Play.
Take some aspirin and let's go.
We'll talk about a player, he's got to give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. In this case, Cliff Floyd, and then he'll decide whether he can use him or not. Now as he attends to Tucker, Tucker's kind of trying to put some weight on that right foot. Randolph pats him on the back a few times and says, go get him, and heads back to the dugout. 1-2 on Tucker, leading off the bottom of the 7th, a 1-1 tie here in Game 7 of the NLCS. Tucker steps back in. Supon ready to roll. He winds and works, and a curveball is bounced foul, first base side down near the camera bay. It'll roll out towards Sandy Alomar Sr. He's got to pick it up, toss it into the seats.
No sympathy in baseball. Threw a curveball right back down towards that foot. And Tucker, when he swung, you knew he was cringing like, oh, God, I don't want to hit it again.
You feel a cutter coming now in under the hands? A good pitch for Supon. Whatever it is, Molina wants it low. The 1-2, a fastball, is popped back out of play.
Well, they certainly crowded him right now, and I think maybe they saw Tucker reach out and get that opposite field hit last night with 2 strikes on him, so maybe the thought process was he's protecting away. Let's keep working him in.
After Tucker, it'll be Jose Reyes and then Paul Laduka. Jeff Supon in the NLCS has now thrown 14 innings and given up 1 run. The 1-2, and it's high. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And you could make an argument that was a little tainted. Thought maybe he had Beltran struck out, and the hit was a flare to right field by David Wright.
Only 2 hits on the night for the Mets. Only 4 for the Cardinals. Now the 2-2, and a curveball is hit high in the air to right center, but it's playable for Edmonds. And he'll make the catch. Tucker retired.
Boy, Michael Tucker's going to see that pitch in his eyeballs tonight. That one was a hanging curveball, and I think he was half sitting on curve. Supon made a mistake and got away with one.
Supon at 95 pitches through 6 1/3. 60 strikes, 35 balls. Now the lineup will come up for the 4th time against him, and Jose Reyes, the catalyst for the Mets, has been quiet tonight, 0 for 3 after having such a big game last night. A ground out, 2 fly balls. 1 out, nobody on, bottom of the 7th. 1-1 tie. And the pitch to Reyes at the knees for a strike.
Supon has started with him with strike 1 every time, and with the exception of once when I think Reyes was going to take a pitch, they have all been quality first strikes.
Roland in as always at third. Pujols even with the bag at first. And the 0-1, a swing and a bouncer right to Pujols. Meets it at the bag, steps on first, 2 down. So Reyes is 0 for 4, and that's as big a reason as any why the Cardinals are in a tie right now with the Mets. With 2 outs as Supon tries to get some of the mud out of his cleats as the rain continues to fall. Now the batter will be Laduka, and he is 0 for 3, 2 ground outs and a fly out. He's pulled everything, both ground balls to third, the fly ball to left. He's hitting .214 in the series. Righty against righty. Supon's pitch, a fastball right down the middle for a called strike.
Well, the Cardinals have the top of their order coming up to start the 8th. If Laduka can get on, then all of a sudden the heart of the Met order comes up. So some guys that are capable of doing some things are about to hit or are hitting.
The 0-1 on the way to Laduka, and a slider is bounced to short. 2-hopper at Eckstein. Throw to first. A stretch by Pujols keeps his foot on the bag, and the inning is over. The Mets go in order. We're through 7 in the rain at Shea, still tied at 1. The 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone, continues after these messages from your local station.
At Cunningham Oil, you can join the Evolution Revolution and get a Bryant rebate up to $1,810. The new Bryant Evolution system kills germs and cools efficiently. The Bryant Evolution system with Puron is the industry's first self-monitoring residential air conditioning system. And now, for a limited time, get up to a $1,325 Bryant bonus rebate and up to a $485 rebate from FPL. All you need to do is call Cunningham, your authorized Bryant dealer, and replace your old worn-out cooling system with a brand new 2-speed Bryant Evolution system. Call Cunningham at 253-7621, and you'll get a 1-year 100% satisfaction guarantee, a daily self-adjusting system, a 10-year parts and labor warranty, up to 30 times more moisture removal than a standard fan coil, and Puron refrigerant. Cunningham Air Conditioning, Heating, Fuel Oils, and LP Gas, 343 Carswell Avenue in Holly Hill, a Bryant factory authorized dealer. Call 253-7621 for Cunningham. Join the Evolution Revolution with Cunningham.
Experience the best golf value in the area when you play Riverbend Golf Club. Riverbend Golf Club is a beautiful 18-hole public course situated by the Tomoka River amongst majestic oaks, red cedars, pines, and magnolias, and each hole on the course is well thought out and unique. Riverbend Golf Club is a perfect blend of natural surroundings combined with a competitive and scenic golf course layout. Under new management, completely renovated and open to the public, Riverbend Golf Club offers a fully stocked pro shop, driving range, and after your game, relax in the Manatee Bar and Grill. If your game's a little rusty, polish it up at the Lawson Mitchell Golf Academy at Riverbend Golf Club. Riverbend is a must-play for those who enjoy a blend of competitive golf with nature's offerings. Riverbend Golf Club, 730 Airport Road, Ormond Beach. Call today for tee times, 673-6000. That's 673-6000. Or visit their website at playriverbendgolf.com.
From the 8th inning at Shea Stadium with Dave Cameron and Shulman, and you're listening to Game 7 of the National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio. Right-hander Aaron Heilman is the third pitcher of the night for the Mets, his third appearance of the series. He has worked a total of 2 1/3 innings, has not allowed a run. Went an inning last night in Game 6. 1 run, 4 hits, and an error for the Cardinals. 1 run, 2 hits, and an error for the Mets. Eckstein, Wilson, and Pujols scheduled, but Spezio, Scott Spezio, has come out in the on-deck circle for Preston Wilson. Eckstein tonight 1 for 2. He's flied out, doubled, and been hit by a pitch. A step inside the bag at third, David Wright. Even with the bag at first, Delgado. Heilman rocks into his windup, and the first pitch is in just low for ball 1. Now, we don't have to tell you what Spezio's done. Some of the big hits he's had in the postseason and late in the regular season for the Cardinals. And he is going to pinch hit for Preston Wilson. The 1-0, Eckstein takes a strike over the inside corner. 1-1.
Now, David trying to buy a call right there. He was going to make Heilman throw a strike. No argument. He turned his body away, but no argument with Tim Welke.
Eckstein trying to get on base any way he can. The 1-1, and a fastball is there for strike 2. With slightly less gusto perhaps right now, they get up again and wave their towels around again. 1-2 is very high. They've been up and stomping and waving so much tonight. They might have hit a bit of a wall right now. 8th inning, tied at 1, Game 7. What more could you ask for here tonight? 2-2 the count on Eckstein. And the pitch from Heilman, a swing and a ground ball down to first. Delgado's got it. He waves off Heilman and gets there himself, 1 down.
Well, good play by Carlos. Not the world's greatest fielder, but he secured that one and immediately dashed to first.
So now here's Spezio to bat for Wilson, who struck out in all 3 of his at-bats tonight. Spezio worked his way into the starting lineup earlier on in this series. In Game 2, he had the 2-run triple that tied it in the 7th inning off Guillermo Mota, one of the biggest moments in this series. Added an RBI double to extend the lead in the 9th inning. In the very next game, in Game 3, he had a 2-run triple in the 1st inning.
Well, he's also driven Sean Green nuts by hitting it over his head and hitting in front of him. Sean's probably saying, hit me a routine one if you're going to hit it to me.
The Heilman pitch, and a swing and a miss out in front of the change, 0-1. Spezio batting from the left side against the righty Heilman, and Heilman has a terrific changeup.
Yeah, you could bet, Paul Laduka said, you got one fastball and beat us a game. I don't know if I'm going to give you another one to hit.
Laduka slides to the outside. And the 0-1 is in the dirt. It was another change, but it was too low for Spezio to offer at it.
Interesting to see if Spezio makes out what they do with Albert. I know some managers would just send him to first base, but Willie Randolph has not shown that tendency, at least unless there's been an open base.
1-1 the count, a 1-1 tie in the top of the 8th. Heilman deals, and Spezio bounces it foul right side. There's no activity in the Cardinal pen, so Supon will be back for the bottom of the 8th, and he's going to face Beltran, Delgado, and Wright, each for the 4th time. We got to give Supon a world of credit to the way that he's pitched in both of his starts in the NLCS. Yep. 15 innings, 1 run. Even if he doesn't get the win, if they win, he's got to be the MVP. 1-2 to count on Spezio, but 1 out, nobody on. Heilman waiting, looking into Laduka. Now reaches into the glove. Begins his windup, and the pitch is outside. 2-2.
Well, the one thing Spezio showed when he hit against Mota made him look silly on 2 changeups, and then Spezio pulled a fastball foul for some inexplicable reason, got another one, and hit that off the wall. So it basically tells you he looks fastball every pitch.
And Heilman's specialty is his changeup. The 2-2 swing and a pop-up back of the plate and back out of play, and it was a change at the knees, maybe a little below. But a hitter will tell you it's easier to look fastball and adjust to a slower pitch than to look for something off speed and try to adjust to a fastball. And Heilman's fastball is pretty good, 92, 93. Rain continuing to fall, not hard, but steadily. Here in New York, tied at 1 in the top of the 8th. It's been raining since about the 4th or 5th. Again, the 2-2, and it's strike 3 called. A fastball at 96 over the inner half, and Spezio is gone 2 down.
Perfectly located, set it up with 3 changeups, and if you're going to come in there, you better come in with good stuff, and he did.
So now with 2 outs, nobody on, here's Albert Pujols. What do you do if you're Willie Randolph?
That's what Laduka was wondering. He looked at Willie.
But they're going to pitch to him, or at least give the appearance of pitching to him as the first pitch is in the dirt, ball 1. Pujols tonight has reached on an error, been intentionally walked and popped up. Another in a seemingly endless string of at-bats where he comes up with nobody on base. Although he did have 1 chance earlier tonight when he popped up. There were 2 men on then. The 1-0 almost hits him at the belt. 2 balls, no strikes. And at some point, as Laduka looks in again, at some point they may decide to make it official and just put him on, but not yet. Randy Flores, a left-hander, is now up in the Cardinal pen. The first time tonight somebody's been throwing for Tony La Russa. Heilman looking into Laduka as Pujols waits. And the 2-0, a fastball just off the outside corner of the knees. Ball 3, and now Laduka stands up, and now they will put him on. So it will be another intentional walk, the second tonight issue to Pujols. And once again, the man in the spotlight is going to be Juan Encarnacion. Encarnacion came up with a runner at second, 2 down in the first, and he flied out. He came up with runners at first and second, 1 out in the third, and he grounded into a double play. And then he led off the 6th inning by grounding out. And this is the biggest difference between the Cardinals this year and the last couple of years. With Edmonds and Roland not 100% healthy, they're not doing what they used to do. And so Encarnacion, who's a decent hitter, nothing more, is now the cleanup hitter.
Well, they also don't have the horses like they used to have either.
Yeah. The lead at first by Pujols. And the pitch to Encarnacion, a swing and a miss. Flailed wildly at a changeup, and it's 0-1.
Heilman's got good stuff. Good fastball, 96, changeup around 78, great differential. And You just got to hope he makes a mistake. You got to sit fastball and hope he hangs the changeup.
Very deep in left is Andy Chavez. Almost as deep in right, Sean Green. Throw to first, and Pujols back in standing up.
Albert looked like he might have designs on trying to steal a base. Remember, he's playing with a very bad hamstring. But he also thought, if Heilman's not going to pay any attention to me, and Delgado comes in to tell him to make sure he checks him out.
Pujols not a fast guy even when healthy, but generally speaking, a very good base runner. Heilman again trying to work some of the mud out of his cleats on the back of the mound as Delgado gets back to first base where he holds on Pujols. The Cardinals won, the Mets won in the top of the 8th. 2 out, runner at first. And the 0-1 pitch, a check swing on the appeal to first. He went, says Jim Joyce, and it's 0-2.
Well, if he went, I guarantee you that Beltran went back in the first inning, and that's the Mets run.
Laduka looking into the first base dugout as Encarnacion takes his time getting back into the box. He's in an 0-2 hole to Aaron Heilman. Jim Edmonds on deck should the inning continue. Heilman sets. Steps off, fires to first. Pujols back in standing up. The crowd quiets for a moment after that throw to first, but they'll start getting back into it now. They've been standing much of the night. Heilman again off the rubber. He's got some mud in his cleats. The rain may have let up a little bit in the last half inning or so, but it is still falling. Heilman now turns his attention to Laduka. He gets his sign. And the 0-2, swing and a miss. He struck him out, and the inning is over. No runs, no hits, one man left on. The Mets will come up in the bottom of the 8th with Beltran, Delgado, and Wright in a 1-1 tie. You're listening to the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
Life is full of choices, but when it comes to antifreeze, the choice is easy. Choose Prestone in the yellow jug for the patented protection of the #1 brand. Mix it with any color antifreeze or flush and fill to get advanced cooling system protection. Prestone is good for any make or model car you drive. Only the leader in antifreeze can make it so simple to give your car the defense it deserves. It's one less decision to make. Prestone protection. Easy to choose, easy to use.
The Joneses like things fast. They use Zantac. It's fast, like last night after dinner.
Heartburn? Painful. Zantac.
Thank you. And then later.
Better? Completely. Zantac's fast.
The Joneses know Zantac quickly relieves the toughest heartburn. And more, like before the Joneses family barbecue.
Ribs?
Heartburn.
Zantac.
Hers?
Prevents.
Amazing.
Zantac's fast.
Zantac before a meal prevents heartburn. Zantac after a meal quickly stops heartburn. Maximum strength Zantac. It's
fast.
Use as directed. Controls heartburn in 30 to 60 minutes. Hey guys, whether you're big or tall, you know how hard it is to find clothes you like and that fit right. Check out the men's store inside JCPenney, where you'll find a tremendous selection of the right looks in your size. And now through this Wednesday, the entire stock of men's big and tall sports shirts, sweaters, and fleece are 40 to 50% off. So stop by the men's store inside JCPenney, where they make it easy to get in, find it, and get out. It's all inside the men's store inside JCPenney. See store for details. Sale ends on Wednesday, October 25th.
Today, many advances in technology have benefited the field of criminal justice, and new jobs are emerging. How can you get involved? The ITT Tech School of Criminal Justice. With a degree in criminal justice, you can pursue various career opportunities involving corrections, workplace security, and private investigations. Call now for an ITT Tech brochure. 800-ITT-3169. That's 800-ITT-3169.
Not offered at every campus. Check the ITT Tech for a list of programs offered.
Well, Game 7 is special enough in itself, but to have a game like this, so close for so long, so many big plays, so many close calls, this has truly been special. Tied at 1, bottom of the 8th inning, Cardinals and Mets. Jeff Supon, who's thrown 99 pitches, is back out there, and his job as a Well, it's not a simple one here in the bottom of the 8th. He's got to get Carlos Beltran, Carlos Delgado, and David Wright. If he can't, if they get a run, the Mets will take a lead to the 9th. Billy Wagner's up in the pen for New York. Activity in the Cardinal pen as well.
Arguably and statistically, the best 3, 4, 5 hitters in the National League this year, Beltran, Delgado, and David Wright.
Beltran 1 for 3 tonight, doubled and scored. The only run of the game for the Mets. So Taguchi is now in left field for the Cardinals. After Spezio pinch hit for Wilson. The pitch to Beltran, a swing and a miss through a high fastball, 0-1. There's a right-hander and a left-hander up in the Cardinal pen. Our view is blocked. I assume it's Flores because he was up a little while ago. Don't know who the right-hander is at this point. It's Kinney. Josh Kinney is throwing for the Cardinals. The 0-1 to Beltran. He lays off high, a ball and a strike.
Well, if you're a baseball player as a kid, this is what you dream about. 7th game, all on the line. You with a chance to do something. Jeff Supon's doing his job. Beltran trying to do his.
The 1-1, a slider, kind of a flat slider that stays high. 2 balls and a strike. Supon now over 100 pitches. Delgado on deck right behind him. Delgado's walked all 3 times tonight. They play Beltran to pull. Remember, he doubled the other way between Roland and the bag back in the first. The 2-1, and it misses down low. Ball 3.
Well, Beltran, more than a home run hitter, he's got a lot of dimensions if he gets on base.
Pujols very deep at first and guarding the line to a certain extent. Supon back up on the rubber, looking into Molina. Beltran waiting patiently at the plate. Now time called just as Supon started his motion. The Mets still don't have a hit since the first inning. The Beltran double and the right Blue RBI single. Those are the only hits they've got. The 3-1, and it's high, ball 4. Not close. And given how much Supon missed by, which is uncharacteristic for him, and with Delgado coming up, does Tony La Russa have a decision to make here? And it looks like he does, as the skipper has just popped out of the dugout.
Yeah, and the inexperience of the Cardinal bullpen, normally if you've got a good deep bullpen that you believe in a lot of guys down there, Tony would have been there before sending Supon out in the 8th inning. But, again, right now I think he believes in Flores, Kinney, and Wainwright, but knows he can't get those guys extended too far.
Supon leaves. Flores will come in to face Delgado with the go-ahead run at first base and nobody out in the bottom of the 8th. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. Bottom 8, tied at 1. You're listening to the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
Hey guys, whether you're big or tall, you know how hard it is to find clothes you like and that fit right. Check out the men's store inside JCPenney, where you'll find a tremendous selection of the right looks in your size. And now through this Wednesday, the entire stock of men's big and tall sports shirts, sweaters, and fleece are 40 to 50% off. So stop by the men's store inside JCPenney, where they make it easy to get in, find it, and get out. It's all inside the men's store inside JCPenney. See store for details. Sale ends on Wednesday, October 25th.
It's here at Ford and Lincoln Mercury dealerships. The Right Now factory authorized service event with special offers on tires, brakes, batteries, and more. Buy 4 Michelin or BF Goodrich tires and get the Works Fuel Saver package on us. That's a Motorcraft synthetic blend oil change, tire rotation, and more. Genuine parts and service at Ford and Lincoln Mercury dealerships. Hurry, it all ends soon. Call 1-877-310-3673 or see participating dealer for details through 11/30/06.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
You're on Daytona's Sports Source, 1380 WELE, Ormond Beach, Florida.
Whichever team wins this game heads to Detroit, Game 1 of the World Series against the Tigers Saturday night. Dan and Dave have the pregame show beginning at 7:35. Then John Miller and Joe Morgan with all the play-by-play. That's your World Series team here on ESPN Radio. Cardinals finally go to the bullpen. Dan Shulman and Dave Campbell can tell you about it.
Jody, left-hander Randy Flores comes out of the pen for Tony La Russa with a Carlos Beltran at first. Nobody out. Bottom of the 8th. Tied at 1. Carlos Delgado will be the hitter. Flores has made 3 previous scoreless appearances in the NLCS. He has faced Delgado once in this series, and he got him on a ground out. Delgado hit just .226 against lefties during the season.
Well, one of the equipment managers of the Mets was just out reshoeing Carlos Beltran at first base, almost like cleaning the mud out of a horse's hooves. He was getting the mud out of the spikes of Delgado, or of Beltran, who is a great burner, but I think here you're certainly going to let Delgado swing the bat.
It's been raining for about the last hour and a half. Not that hard, but steadily. And we saw that come into play on the Scott Roland throwing error earlier on tonight. All right. Flores is ready to go. Delgado standing just outside the batter's box. Delgado's walked all 3 times up tonight. Wagner continues to throw in the pen for the Mets. The Mets trying to take the lead here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Beltran being held on by Pujols as Flores comes set. And the first pitch to Delgado, a fastball that almost hit him up around the ribcage area, and it's ball 1.
Delgado is really showing great discipline as the Cardinals have been pounding him in. He has not chased an inside fastball yet tonight.
He's driven in 9 runs in the LCS. The 1-0 and a fastball for a strike. And for Delgado, they have really come in bunches. He homered twice and drove in 4 in Game 2. And then he homered and drove in 5 in Game 4. Drove in 114 runs during the regular season. 1-1 the count. Beltran the lead. Right on deck. Throw to first and the runner back easily.
Well, the only thing about that last fastball of Flores is maybe the Cardinals had gotten Delgado so inside conscious that when he finally got a fastball that he normally likes, he just was frozen, didn't swing at it.
He taps the far corner of the plate once and sets his sights on the mound where Flores gathers in the sign from Molina. Another throw to first. Beltran back in, standing up. Sandy Alomar Sr., the first base coach, over to whisper something in the ear of Beltran.
You know, some left-handers have an A move, a B move, and a C move. Right there, Flores has not shown him a very good move. I don't know if he's got a better one in the tank or not.
He comes set. Eyes the runner. And the 1-1 to Delgado, a swing and a foul back, 1-2. It was another fastball, so he has not shown Delgado the slider yet in this at-bat.
Carlos tried to stay inside that ball and hit it to left field.
The scoreboard is imploring the fans here to cheer louder, saying, "I can't hear you." They have been extremely loud all night long.
Those towels are getting waterlogged.
Delgado waits as Flores sets, and the 1-2. There's the slider, and he just missed the outside corner. Delgado was leaning a little bit and actually stepped across the plate after the pitch had crossed, with his momentum carrying him that way. 2 balls and 2 strikes on the Met slugger. First year in the playoffs for Delgado, who entered this October with more than 1,700 regular season games played. The 2-2 and a slider that he reaches for and fouls off as the bat goes flying out past the mound towards shortstop.
Well, give Delgado some credit for staying alive, and Randy Flores has come into a tough situation, and he does not appear to be frightened whatsoever. He's made quality pitches to Delgado.
And at the beginning of the series, you kind of got the opinion that Tyler Johnson, or you got the impression Tyler Johnson was ahead of Randy Flores on the left-handed depth chart for Tony La Russa, but it has switched as we have moved later into this series.
You just wonder if he gets Delgado, does Tony maybe roll the dice and let him stay to face David Wright? Because behind Wright, you got Green, Valentin, and Chavez. So first things first, he's got to get Delgado, and that's no easy task.
Tied at 1, bottom of the 8th. Beltran at first, nobody out. Flores against Delgado. And the 2-2, did he go on the appeal? Yes, he did. Delgado chased a slider down and away, and he strikes out for out number 1. Now here's David Wright Wright hit 36 points higher this year against right-handers. And he hit for a little bit more power against righties as well. And no doubt with those numbers in hand, Tony La Russa looks like he's going to leave Flores to face the right-hand hitting Wright.
We've had quite a few hitters in this series have numbers that you wouldn't expect. I mean, the left-handers generally, with the exception of Chavez, do worse against left-handed pitching. But some of the right-handed hitters have some skewed backward numbers.
Flores pointing out toward Eckstein and Belliard. He wants to know, I think, on a comeback or which middle infielder is going to take the throw at second base. They got that sorted out as David Wright now steps in. Wright 1 for 3 tonight. Flores will sum Molina to the mound. We remind you that pregame Willie Randolph, when asked by Soup, is there one guy, you picked Aaron Boone, you called the home run basically in 03. Is there one guy you think might come up with a big hit tonight? Willie Randolph said David Wright, and Wright's bloop single has driven in the only run of the night for the Mets. Let's see if Willie Randolph was really on the ball, if Wright's got another big hit in him here in the 8th inning.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, too, because, again, with with Beltran, I get the Cardinals mixed up. They hit back-to-back in the order, but Carlos Beltran, a great base runner, a great base stealer on, and we're going to have to see if Flores has got a little better move than he's shown so far, which has not been very good.
A great throwing catcher in Molina, although the Mets have run on him a little bit. They did last night after not running much before then. The first pitch to Wright comes in a low ball 1. 1-1 tie, bottom of the 8th. Beltran at first with a 1 out and a 1-0 count on the dangerous David Wright.
Well, does Willie roll the dice, play a little hit and run? Does he send Beltran? Find out.
The count in Wright's favor as Flores sets. Eyes the runner, who is not going, and the pitch to Wright is outside, ball 2.
Well, that pitch, it looked like Flores didn't want anything to do with David Wright, but I think here you can't just pitch around him.
Left-hand hitting Sean Green is on deck. Beltran being held on by Pujols. 2-0 the count as Flores sets and eyes the runner. Runner not going, and the pitch to Wright on the appeal to first. He went, says Jim Joyce. 2-1.
You knew Flores was going to throw Wright a slider there. 2 balls, no strikes. He wasn't going to give in to the young third baseman. He threw him a breaking pitch. That helped set up some other pitches because David now just can't sit dead red.
A run in the first for the Mets, a run in the second for the Cardinals. That's it. And the Mets still looking for their first hit since the first inning. They've got only 2 hits tonight. 2-1 the count on Wright. Will Beltran be on the move? He will not, and the pitch bounces in, ball 3. Now the Cardinal bullpen really decimated by injuries. Ricardo Rincon barely got out of the gate this year. Isringhausen hip surgery. Braden Looper pitched himself out of a key role. So it's the likes of Flores, Kinney, and Wainwright doing all the heavy lifting at the end of the game out of the pen in key spots for Tony La Russa. Another throw to first sends Beltran back to the bag.
Well, if Flores has a good move, now's the time to show it. He did not show anything earlier when he was pitching to Delgado. And, I mean, if he's got Beltran set up, he's got him set up right now. But I don't know if he's got a better move than that.
3-1 the count. Wright is waiting. Beltran the lead. And the pitch, a slider over the outside corner. The count is full. And now will Beltran be running?
Well, it should be. That's twice behind in the count. 2-0 and 3-1. Randy Flores is throwing a slider.
Flores just now getting back on the rubber is Wright. Taps the plate once. Swings the bat back and forth a couple of times and now raises it above his head. Flores sets. Beltran is not going, and Wright swings and misses for the second out.
Well, Randy Flores has come up huge for the Cardinals. He has made some great pitches. Another slider to David Wright. He never gave in to him, and now Dave Duncan's going to come out and talk to Flores, and I don't know exactly what this is going to be about, but all of a sudden now at this point, Carlos Beltran's got to think about running.
Sean Green will be the batter, 0 for 2 with an intentional walk. It'll be lefty against lefty. Duncan, Eckstein, Molina, and Flores huddled on the mound right now as the rain continues to fall, and Billy Wagner continues to throw in the bullpen for the Mets. And I guess the question here is, if the Mets take the lead this inning, Wagner's coming in. If it remains tied, do you think Wagner's coming in, or do you think Heilman's coming back out?
I think the way Wagner's been throwing, he's coming in. Willie's had him throwing hard. I don't know how you can have him throw hard and then sit him down.
All right, Green steps in. Duncan back in the dugout. Flores gets his sign from Molina. And the pitch to Green, a big swing and a foul back, 0-1. That was a big cut from Sean Green.
Yeah, Sean was sitting fastball, got a middle-in fastball, and he let it rip.
Green, not the power hitter he once was. Once hit 49, hit 15 this year. More of a line drive hitter at this point. Acquired from Arizona in August. The 0-1, and Green hits a ground ball fair, scooped up by Pujols near the bag. Step on first, and the inning is over. How about the job done by Randy Flores? And we are through 8 in the rain at Shea in a 1-1 tie here in Game 7. The 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone, continues after these messages from your local station.
Southside Collision, located at 206 North Young Street, US 1 Ormond Beach, is your one stop for expert auto body repair and color matching. At Southside Collision, we have personal service with pride and quality in our work. And remember, we beat higher dealer costs with quick turnarounds to get you back on the road faster. Ask about our senior discounts. That's Southside Collision, 206 North Young Street, US 1 Ormond Beach. Call 615-6266.
For all your roofing needs, it's Halifax Roofing, providing complete roofing services for your condo, home, or business with the best warranty in the business. Halifax Roofing has got you covered for tile, shingle, asphalt, and hot tar, and specializing in custom metal roofs. Call Halifax Roofing today for a free estimate, 788-8191. For professional, friendly, and affordable service, it's Halifax Roofing, 788-8191.
WELE.
Top of the ninth here at Shea Stadium in New York. Game 7 of the National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio. Dan Schulman and Dave Campbell with you. And what a game this has been. Tied at 1 as we go to the top of the ninth. Aaron Heilman is back for his second inning of work. So Wagner was only going to come in if the Mets took the lead. Heilman faced 4 batters. Walked 1, but that was intentional. Struck out a couple. He looked very good in the 8th inning. He'll face Jim Edmonds, Scott Roland, and Yadier Molina here in the 9th inning. Edmonds tonight 1 for 2 with a walk. He singled and scored back in the 2nd. The pitch from Heilman and a swing and a miss. Edmonds waving at a changeup, and it's 0-1. They've dumped a lot of the turfus around the plate in both batters' boxes. All the chalk lines have been completely obliterated. They put some on the mound as well to try to keep those areas as dry as possible. The rain's been falling for a couple of hours. The 0-1, a changeup high. 1-1 on Edmonds, who has had some pretty good swings tonight. 19 homers during the season. The 1-1 from Heilman, a fastball over the outside corner with the knees, 1-2. It may be a wide strike zone tonight, but it's been a consistently wide strike zone. Edmonds steps out for a moment, now back in. Roland leaning on his bat near the on-deck circle. Heilman rocks into the windup, and the 1-2, a changeup swung on and missed. 1 down. He's got it going tonight.
Yeah, he's got great stuff, and 96 miles an hour with that changeup. He's got something to get the lefties out. He got Spezio and Edmonds, a couple of clutch hitters, and you know right now, Scott Roland, he's been robbed of a homer. He's also made a critical error. He's chomping at the bit to do something big for his team here.
The play of the series, Andy Chavez robbing Roland of a home run back in the 6th inning. The pitch from Heilman, and a fastball is into the knees for a strike. The at-bat before, although Roland made it out, he hit 2 balls hard but foul down the left field line. So in 2 of his 3 at-bats tonight, he's hit the ball hard, but he's got nothing to show for it right now. The 0-1 from Heilman, and a fastball, a check swing roller foul up the first base line, 0-2. Heilman has faced 5 batters, 1 intentional walk, 1 ground out, and 3 strikeouts. Oliver Perez went 6, gave up a run on 4 hits. Bradford worked the 7th. Supon 7 innings, 1 run on 2 hits for the Cardinals. Flores worked the 8th. We're in the top of the 9th, tied at 1. And the 0-2 pitch, a slider, and Roland just does get a piece. That's pitch number 3 in Aaron Heilman's arsenal. He'll use it a little bit more against the righties, and it had some good breakdown on it.
A couple of critical moments in this game. Chavez's catch, obviously the highlight, but Albert Pujols had a chance against Oliver Perez. They got him in a situation where they had to pitch to him, and he got 2 good pitches to hit and popped out in the 5th inning with 2 guys on.
The 0-2 is a high fastball, 1-2. Yadier Molina on deck for the Cardinals.
You just have a feeling, unless the Mets absolutely and positively have to pitch to Pujols in this game, it's going to have to be somebody else in the Cardinal lineup if they're going to win this game.
Now the 1-2 to Roland, and he takes it just low. Pops it out of the glove of Laduka. The count now even at 2-2. The rain does appear to have let up just a little bit here in the last 15-20 minutes. It's still falling, but not quite as hard. Not enough to disrupt play at this point. You hear the chant of "Let's go Mets" as Heilman winds and works. The 2-2, and it is just inside. And Roland checked the swing. Surprised Laduka didn't ask for an appeal. The count is 3-2. That was close on both counts. So Roland still up there with a full count now. Heilman reaches into the glove. Begins his windup. And the pitch, a swing and a ball. Yanked foul. That went right into the Cardinal dugout on the fly. And I think that hit somebody. Somebody just stood up and went down the steps into the tunnel. Barry Weinberg, the trainer's going after them. We believe it was Jeff Weaver who got hit by that line drive foul ball. Back to the action. The 3-2 and a swing and a ball pulled foul down the left field line.
Well, if the Cardinals can possibly find a way to advance, all of a sudden Scott Roland may have found a trigger to get started a little sooner, because he's had some very good swings, a lot better in the last 3 trips to the plate than he's had in any other time in this series.
By the way, Weaver's back. He's sitting down on the bench again, so he looks all right. The 3-2, and Roland pulls the ball between third and short into left field, a base hit. He is getting locked in. And with 1 out in the top of the 9th, the Cardinals have themselves a base runner here in this tie game. Well, you can't be more evenly matched than these two teams have been in this series. Yadier Molina, the batter, 1 for 3. He's been one of the best hitters in the postseason for the Cardinals. Had a long look down to Jose Oquendo for the signs.
Well, at some point, don't be surprised if Tony puts a hit and run on with him. Could be early, could be a favorable count. Let's see.
Roland being held by Delgado, and he draws a throw.
That was probably ordered by the bench to see if Roland might give a little bit of a false break towards second base, because they hit and run a lot with Molina. He's a pretty good contact hitter, and he's also a double play candidate. Tony wants to avoid that.
Heilman sets. Roland a short lead at first. Not going, and Molina swings and hits a fly ball to left field and deep. Chavez is back, and he is not going to get this one. Yadier Molina with a 2-run home run off Heilman here in the 9th, and the Cardinals have stunned the crowd by taking a 3-1 lead. You could hear a pin drop right now at Shea. Yadier Molina with a fly ball into the visiting bullpen and left. 3-1 St. Louis.
Well, Tony made a little subtle change in the batting order, moving Molina up to 7th. He liked the way he was swinging better than Belliard. And all of a sudden, the Cardinals have grabbed the lead here.
Now Belliard, and he swings and it bounces one over the mound. Reyes ranging to his left. The throw from behind the bag is in time to get him for the second out. But the story is Yadier Molina. A home run to left field. A 2-run shot off Aaron Heilman. Adam Wainwright is now up in the Cardinal pen. And suddenly, And stunningly, the Cardinals find themselves now 3 outs away from advancing to the World Series. The pitcher spot is due up. But we're going to have a pinch hitter as John Rodriguez will come out to bat. As we look ahead to the bottom of the 9th, it's the 7, 8, 9 spots due up for the Mets. Jose Valentin, Andy Chavez, and then a pinch hitter who could be Cliff Floyd, could be Julio Franco.
Well, John Rodriguez, a New York native, gets a chance to hit in his hometown here, but Yadier Molina, if Albert Pujols hit the shot that Silas Minute made, I don't know what you call that ball that Molina, but he just hit the shot that got a lot of mum out of metropolitan New York.
Here's Rodriguez, 2 outs, nobody on. Roland scoring on the Molina homer, 3-1 Cardinals. And the pitch is down and in. You mentioned it early in the show. The last 11 times that a team down 3-2 has won Game 6 to force a 7th game, they have also won Game 7. That streak is in jeopardy. The 1-0 and a swing and a miss at a change, 1-1.
Well, this is going to be one that a lot of people are going to be talking about for a long time, regardless of how it turns out, because it has had a little bit of everything.
3-1 St. Louis on the Molina home run in the 9th inning. The 1-1, and Rodriguez takes down an away ball 2.
It certainly appeared the way Aaron Heilman went after Scott Spezio and Jim Edmonds. He had more weapons to deal with left-handed batters. He seems reluctant to want to throw that changeup to righties. Roland gave him a heck of an at-bat.
The 2-1 is fouled off to the left. 2 balls and 2 strikes now on Rodriguez. So again, it'll be Adam Wainwright, a rookie and a converted starter, who started off the year as kind of an emergency starter, middleman, moved to a setup role, then moved to the closer's job after Isringhausen had the hip surgery. He'll come on for the bottom of the 9th. The 2-2 and a swing and a bouncer toward first, backhanded by Delgado. He will feed Heilman at the bag in time for the out, and the inning is over. But the Cardinals have stunned the crowd. Molina with a 2-run homer. 3-1 St. Louis going to the bottom of the 9th. The Cardinals are 3 outs away from advancing to the World Series. You're listening to the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
Get in the zone. AutoZone. Keep your car running right and save money today. Get to AutoZone now and change your oil and filter every 3 months or 3,000 miles. Now, for a limited time at AutoZone, you can get 5 quarts of Castrol GTX motor oil and a Bosch oil filter for only $12.99. That's right, just $12.99. See store for details. Don't send your engine to an early grave. Get to AutoZone. Change your oil and get more life out of your car. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
It's all about quality time. Fishing, a ball game, firing up the grill. You need jeans that feel great, fit right, and stay comfortable. Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans. Built comfortable because all you want to do is relax. Built strong so they last and last. Built right because quality time deserves quality jeans. Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
This year, the government's going to give out over $350 billion to people like you who want to start a business, go back to school, or train for a new job. I'm Matthew Lesko, and I've written over 70 books on government programs. You've probably seen me all over the television shows, on talk shows. My new program shows you 15,000 government sources, where you can get like $100,000 to open up a coffee shop, $15,000 to write a book, or $30,000 to become a French chef, $9,000 to take a computer course, or $15,000 to finish college, get a GED, or a PhD. There's money to travel overseas, train your employees, or work on your invention. I've done all the work. You just have to make the call. Call toll-free 877-ASK-LESCO, and you'll get my book and 6-hour audio tape program for only 2 payments of $29.95 plus $7.50 postage and handling. There's a 90-day money-back guarantee. Call toll-free 877-ASK-LESCO or 1-877-275-5375.
This is the 2006 National League Championship Series on ESPN Radio.
Heilman sets. Rolling a short lead at first. Not going, and Molina swings and hits a fly ball to left field and deep. Chavez is back, and he is not going to get this one. Yadier Molina with a 2-run home run off Heilman here in the ninth, and the Cardinals have stunned the crowd by taking a 3-1 lead. And that is our score as we go to the bottom of the ninth. Adam Wainwright on for the Cardinals, and he misses high ball one to Jose Valentin, who will be followed by Endy Chavez, and then a pinch hitter for Heilman. Wainwright, big tall right-hander, rookie, great stuff, has become the closer. 1-0. Valentin takes a strike that he felt was above the belt, and the count is 1-1. After Jason Isringhausen had the hip surgery, Tony La Russa went to Braden Looper once or twice in save situations. It didn't work out. Wainwright took over, saved 3 games during the regular season. The 1-1, a curve is high for ball 2, and he pitched very well during the regular season with a 3.12 ERA in 61 appearances and almost a strikeout per inning. 2-1 the count on Valentin. Leading off the bottom of the ninth, 3-1 Cardinals. And the pitch, a fastball fouled off to the left, 2-2. In this series, Wainwright has pitched twice. 2 innings, no hits, no runs, no walks, 2 strikeouts, 1 save. When we asked Tony La Russa earlier in the series what has impressed you the most about Wainwright, he said he's the same guy all the time. He does not get rattled. He's got a lot of poise. He's exhibiting that now. The 2-2, a curve is high, 3-2. A 2-run home run by Yadier Molina off Aaron Heilman in the top of the ninth inning has given the Cardinals a 3-1 lead and put them within 3 outs of upsetting the Mets and advancing to the World Series Saturday in Detroit. The 3-2 and a swing and a little looper. Right center field. It is in for a base hit. Edmonds comes in to play it on a couple of bounces. Valentin is aboard, and the batter will be Endy Chavez. Dave Campbell has gone down to field level to anchor our post-game coverage tonight. And I believe we have the capability of him joining us from field level right now. Endy Chavez is the hitter. He's 0 for 3 at the plate. Made the phenomenal catch to rob Roland of the home run. Nothing even Endy could do about the fly ball by Molina. It was a good 15 feet over the fence. Cliff Floyd has come out in the on-deck circle in the pitcher's spot. So this one is not over just yet. The fans are revitalized right now, on their feet and waving their towels around again. Chavez not a power hitter at all. 4 home runs during the season. Wainwright sets, and the pitch way up and away, ball 1. Pujols is playing behind the runner at first. Valentin. Molina didn't like that at all, and he and Pujols are going to head into the mound to try to settle down Adam Wainwright.
Well, Danny, when you get in this kind of a situation for really the first time in your life, it's going to be interesting to see how Wainwright reacts.
He has saved a game earlier in this series, but obviously the stakes are at their absolute highest right now, this being Game 7. All right, Molina back behind the plate. The count 1-0. Chavez shows bunt, and he takes a fastball in for a strike. He didn't offer at it. Might have been taking a strike all the way in by showing bunt, maybe just trying to disrupt Wainwright a little bit on his delivery. In the postseason, Wainwright has a couple of saves and has made 5 scoreless appearances. The 1-1, and Chavez lines a base hit into left field. Over to cut it off to Gucci. Stopping at second to Valentin. Shea is starting to shake again. First and second, nobody out for the Mets. Willie Randolph wants a word with Cliff Floyd, and now will send the big, strong, but hobbled hitter up to the plate. Floyd has not started at all because of the Achilles. Now Dave Duncan-Stroop going to the mound.
Yeah, Danny, 1986, remember the Mets were down 2 runs in the 10th inning. 5-3, and they had 2 outs and nobody on when they rallied, so maybe the ghost of '86 is still living with the Mets.
Left-hander Tyler Johnson is throwing in the bullpen for the Cardinals. And a right-hander is up as well. Can't make out who it is. We would imagine it's Josh Kinney. Floyd is batting in the number 9 spot, so after this, you got Reyes, Laduka, Beltran, and so on.
Well, Danny, sending Cliff Floyd up basically tells you that Willie Randolph's probably not playing for a bunt.
Yep. So, to put it a different way, Soup, would you say he's playing for the win, not the tie?
Evidently.
3-1 Cardinals. First and second, nobody out for the Mets. Bottom of the 9th. Valentin and Chavez. First hits for the Mets since the first inning. They did not have a hit from the 2nd through the 8th. And now here's Cliff Floyd, loaded with power, but hobbled by the strained Achilles. Wainwright comes set. Checks the runner at second. The pitch to Floyd, a fastball swung on and missed, 0-1.
Danny, the thing you worry about with Floyd with that Achilles, if he hits it on the ground, that's a big-time double play candidate.
He is far from 100%. Jose Reyes is on deck. Floyd steps back in, taps the plate 4 or 5 times. Eckstein out at short, playing Floyd up the middle and also trying to keep Valentin as close as he can to second base. The 0-1 and a fastball busts Floyd inside, a ball and a strike. The runner at first base, Chavez, is extremely fast, and he's the tying run. Rolling a step behind the baseline and way off the bag at third, way off the line. Outfielders basically straight away. 1-1 the count on Cliff Floyd. The pitch, and it's at the belt for a strike, 1-2. Floyd thought it was high, just like Valentin thought a pitch earlier this inning was high. First time tonight, hitters have questioned anything but the outside corner on Tim Welke. Kinney and Johnson continue to throw in the Cardinal pen. Wainwright has moved in front of Floyd, a ball and 2 strikes. Now Wainwright steps off. He grew up in Georgia, a Braves fan. He was a first-round pick of the Braves. He was traded to the Cardinals a few years back in the J.D. Drew trade, and he has evolved, at least for now, into the closer. He is a rookie. He sets. And the 1-2, and a fastball is inside. Throw down to first, and back in ahead of it is Chavez. You got to keep an eye on Molina.
And he's 16 pickoffs the last 2 years, and I mean, he picked off Mike Piazza at a critical juncture in Game 4 of the division series.
Rain continuing to fall. It let up for a little bit. Now it started again, or maybe intensified a little bit. We have not had any delays tonight. We've had steady rain for the last couple of hours. 3-1 the Cardinals lead in the bottom of the 9th, but the Mets have runners at first and second with nobody out. Everybody standing at Shea. Every player in the Met dugout up on the top step, leaning across the railing. 2-2 the count on Floyd. The pitch from Wainwright, and a fastball is popped back out of play into the upper deck. And all the Mets, Wright, Green, Randolph, they are all clapping. They know with every foul ball, Soup, as you know, that things slide just a little bit in the direction of the hitter. Floyd outside the batter's box. Wainwright waiting on the rubber. Now Floyd steps back in, goes through his ritual, 5 taps all along the outside corners of the plate. Wainwright gets his sign. And again, the 2-2, and a curveball is there for strike 3 called. What a pitch by Wainwright for the first out here in the bottom of the 9th.
Well, that takes a lot of courage to throw that big yacker right there, because if you go 3-2, everybody on the planet Earth knows it's going to be a fastball, but he delivered the pitch. 1 out, but now he's got to go through Reyes and perhaps Laduka.
Reyes is 0 for 4 tonight. 2 ground outs, 2 fly balls. He was the catalyst offensively last night. He's been the catalyst offensively much of this season for the Mets, hitting .300 with 19 homers. This guy does have power. You think about the blazing speed and the triples and the steals first, but he's got power. A look back by Wainwright. And the pitch to Reyes, a fastball upstairs, ball 1.
Infielders have to make sure they get one out. Try to get the lead runner at second base. Reyes, very difficult to double, especially on a wet field.
Again, Roland well off the bag at third. Eckstein edging over towards second to keep Valentine close. Belliard playing Reyes to pull a little bit. Outfielders are straight away. Again, Wainwright checks the runner in the 1-0. A curveball inside corner for a strike, and Reyes nods. He agrees with Tim Welke, and the count is now 1-1. The Mets heavily favored to win this series, despite the injuries to Pedro Martinez and Orlando Hernandez and Cliff Floyd. The Cardinals, of course, playing without Mark Mulder much of the season, and without Jason Isringhausen now as well. The Mets won 14 more games than the Cardinals did during the year. The 1-1 to Reyes. A fastball fouled off to the left, 1-2. And now Ronnie Belliard is trying to get somebody's attention. He comes in, and whoever he was yelling at saw him and understood him. And now Belliard resumes his position. The Cardinals were in the World Series 2 years ago. Beat Houston in a great 7-game series. Then were swept by the Red Sox. The Cardinals lost to Houston in the NLCS last year. A ball and 2 strikes as Wainwright sets. A glance at the runner. And the pitch to Reyes, a curveball, and Reyes got a piece, fouling it back. Reyes wiping some of the excess water, some of the rain off his bat between pitches. Laduka waiting in the on-deck circle. Wainwright off the back of the mound for a moment, and now back up on the rubber. The inning began with a base hit by Valentine, a bloop to right center. Chavez singled to left. Then the pinch hitter Floyd struck out. 3-1 Cardinals. Bottom of the 9th. A look back by Wainwright in the 1-2, a curveball, and it's lined to center field. Edmonds makes the catch for the second out, and back into second ahead of the throw is Valentine. So now the St. Louis Cardinals are 1 out away from advancing to the World Series.
The catcher, Paul Laduka.
And it will be Paul Laduka, the Brooklyn kid, 0 for 4 tonight. His first time as a big leaguer playing in the postseason. Can he keep it alive? Can he tie it? Can he win it with one swing of the bat here in the bottom of the 9th? If he can keep it going, Carlos Beltran would be next. Molina with his mask off, looking into the third base dugout, seeking some information. He got what he was looking for. At second, Valentine. At first, Chavez, who can fly. And now Wainwright will face Laduka. The big right-hander gets his sign and sets. Checks the runner at second, and the pitch to Laduka, fastball upstairs, ball 1. Laduka goes for a little walk outside the batter's box. Every pitch so important. He wants to make sure he's got his head straight and a good plan as he steps back in there.
Tony La Russa has seen more than he wants to see of Carlos Beltran. He doesn't want to see him again in this situation.
Laduka 0 for 1 lifetime against Wainwright. Again, Wainwright is a rookie. 2 on, 2 out, 3-1 Cardinals, bottom of the 9th. And the 1-0 pitch, a slider for a strike, 1-1. So we have seen the fastball in the mid-90s. We have seen the curveball in the mid-70s. Soup, that's the first slider that we have seen from Wainwright.
He's pitching with a lot of moxie right now, but the guy at the plate's got a lot of moxie too. This is a great battle.
It has been a great series. And terrific for the fans of both cities that it's come down to the 9th inning in such a close game. The Molina home run, the difference right now. The 1-1 to Laduka, slider down and away. 2 balls and a strike. Can he sit fastball, Soup, with Beltran on deck and the count in Laduka's favor?
Yeah, I think so, although he threw a curveball on 2-2 to Floyd, but, you know, I think he's got to sit fastball here.
Roland deep and guarding the line. A big hole between third and short, between Roland and Eckstein right now. The count in Laduka's favor at 2-1. Wainwright sets. And the pitch up and in. Ball 3. Now he's painted himself into a bit of a corner. Again, Beltran is on deck. He has hit 7 home runs in the 2 league championship series that he's been in, both of them against Tony La Russa's Cardinals. 2 years ago with the Astros, this year with the Mets. He is on deck. First and second, 2 down. 3-1 St. Louis. A look back by Wainwright. And the pitch, a fastball outside for ball 4. The bases are loaded with 2 outs for Beltran.
Well, it's the Cardinals' best against the best all-around player the Mets have right now, and I guess it wouldn't be you wouldn't want it any other way.
You can't ask for a whole lot more entertainment value. Now a pinch runner, Anderson Hernandez, making his first appearance of the series, is going to run for Laduka. That's the winning run. Over there at first base, Hernandez, a utility infielder, just added to the roster for this round of the playoffs. He's out there in case Beltran can hit a gapper to try to score all the way from first and win it for the Mets. Now here's Beltran. He will bat from the left side against the righty Wainwright. Molina out on the mound with his arm around Wainwright's back. Tony La Russa telling us earlier in the series that Molina has a gift as a catcher for knowing when to go to the mound and what to say to calm down the pitcher. Beltran with no official at-bats against Wainwright. Bases loaded, 2 outs. The Cardinals 3, the Mets 1 in the bottom of the 9th. What more could you ask for out of a Game 7? Beltran settles in as Wainwright looks in for the sign. He's got the sign now. And the first pitch to Beltran in for a strike. That might be the best pitch that Beltran sees. At third, Valentin. At second, Chavez. At first, Hernandez. Roland's moved well off the line again. Eckstein playing Beltran toward the middle of the diamond. Belliard is way out on the outfield grass. Pujols deep and guarding the line. The 0-1 and a curveball fouled off, and now the Mets are down to their final strike. A hit could tie it. A gapper or a homer would win it. An out would end it in the Cardinals' favor. It has all come down to Wainwright against Beltran for the right to go to the World Series. 56,000 nervous fans all standing here at Shea, not making a ton of noise right now. Wainwright sets. And the 0-2, a curveball for strike 3. Wainwright does it, and the St. Louis Cardinals have pulled off the upset. The Cardinals beat the Mets in 7 games, and they are heading to the World Series as they mob Wainwright out behind the mound. The party is gradually moving out towards second base. A team that won 83 games, that's all, during the regular season, and staggered to the finish line, barely making it into the postseason, has somehow pulled off the upset and beaten the heavily favored Mets to advance to the World Series. They did it with a hitter who hit .216 during the regular season, hitting the home run that wins it, and a rookie getting the 3 outs he needed to get Soup in the bottom of the 9th to lock it up.
Danny, every kid dreams of bases loaded, bottom of the 9th inning, and having a chance to win the ball game for your team. But there's also pitchers that dream of being in that same spot. And for Adam Wainwright, the dream came through for him. And for Carlos Beltran, I imagine immense disappointment.
It was a curveball and it was a strike as we get a look at multiple replays. No argument from Beltran. Wainwright struck him out with the bases loaded to end the game. The win will go to Randy Flores in relief. The loss to Airman Heilman. And the save will go to Wainwright as we go down to Soup.
Tony La Russa, you've got to just be taking a deep breath right now. What a sensational ball game.
It was a classic ball game. I cannot believe we did that. Excuse me, Dave. I got to say something.
That's all right. It was a fabulous game. Tony going to congratulate his players now, and rightly so, but we just grabbed him.
The line is starting to move in toward the third base dugout as one by one La Russa is greeting his players as they cross the line into foul territory. Eckstein, Carpenter, Supon, who was brilliant again tonight, 7 innings, 1 run as we go back down to Soup.
David Eckstein, you've been in these Game 7s before, but how about this one?
Unbelievable. Just back and forth, you know what I mean? Pitcher, action pitcher, and then finally
breaking through in the end. The catch that Andy Chavez made was unbelievable. And we were able to go back the next inning and hold him. That was a key inning for us. And then Yachty coming up with a big home run.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. I thought Jeff Supon, tremendous moxie, not only with that, but Scott, I think, probably got a wet ball at third base and airmailed Albert, and then Supon did it.
Yeah, David Wright hit it off, he got jammed, and the thing just soaked up the water. Scotty usually doesn't do that. And Soup has done that all year and just been able to absorb it and find a way to get out without giving up any runs. That was huge.
I know you're beaten up, but I suspect you'll still find a way to get to the post on Saturday night.
I'll be ready to go on Saturday night. I'm glad we got a day off tomorrow, though.
Congratulations, David.
All right, Soup, thank you very much. Well, the Cardinals exhibiting a tremendous amount of both physical and mental toughness to somehow find a way to win this series with just positioned players all over the field who are beaten up. Jim Edmonds, Albert Pujols, David Eckstein, Scott Roland. How about a little redemption for Roland getting the base hit that immediately preceded the home run by Yadier Molina? That made it 3-1 on the top of the ninth. The Mets loaded the bases in the bottom of the ninth, but Carlos Beltran struck out against Adam Wainwright for the last out. Back down to the field again in Soup.
Jeff, absolutely magnificent performance by you tonight in your ball club. I just thought, after the catch by Chavez and after Scott uncharacteristically probably got a wet ball and threw it away, I thought the intestinal fortitude you showed in that inning, bailing him out and bailing your club out, was amazing.
I tell you what, we play hard. And I'm actually speechless right now. I think it was a great team effort. And, Roland did an outstanding job. Andy makes a great catch, So we go out there and we're just battling for hard, the hard, every inning, a hard nine. And Yachty comes up big. And Waino shuts the door. Randy Flores, tremendous job. But it was a total team effort, and just proud to be a part of the team.
How does a guy look inside himself? 56,000 people screaming in your ears. I know you have experience, but still, once Chavez made that catch, everything's against the St. Louis Cardinals. You had to really dig down deep.
Well, New York's a passionate place, and a lot of passionate fans out here. I know everybody home in St. Louis is really pulling for us, so I'm just thankful to be to get an opportunity to be here, and we pulled it out.
Well, enjoy the evening and get ready for the Tigers, because they'll be ready for you.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right, Jeff Supon didn't get the win, but pitched with a tremendous amount of courage and poise tonight.
Really did. 15 innings allowed, only 1 run on 5 hits in his 2 starts in the NLCS. That's pretty impressive. Flores got the win in relief. Wainwright the save. Heilman the loss. Yadier Molina with the biggest hit of his life, a 2-run homer in the 9th inning off Heilman to give the Cardinals the lead and eventually the win. Most of the Cardinals have now gone inside the clubhouse, spraying each other with champagne. A couple of stragglers still doing interviews out of the field, but the Cardinals, who are going to do the bulk of their celebrating inside here in New York. Boy, did they persevere. Boy, did they fight through some things. They beat a very good team, and they fought through their own inconsistencies and their own issues and their own injuries at the end of the season and into October, and they found a way to do it, winning Game 7 here on the road by beating the Mets 3-1 and going to the World Series, which will begin Saturday night in Detroit. Congratulations to the St. Louis Cardinals, the National League champions for the 2nd time in 3 years, and get ready for the storyline of the 2 old friends, Tony La Russa and Jim Leyland, who have known each other forever. At one point way back when in Chicago, Leyland a coach on La Russa's staff. It'll be one of the subplots, the rematch of the 68-34 World Series. A lot to talk about.